Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the castle here at CCBC Essex. Aaron Thomas in the broadcast booth with you, ready to bring you all the action as our sports-filled day here at the castle continues. We had an exciting men's lacrosse contest on the turf, and now we are on the diamond, ready to bring you some baseball action, a doubleheader for your CCBC Essex Knights. A tough challenge as they go one-on-one with the Frederick Cougars. Your Knights coming into this game 12-6 on the season. Cougars on the other side 13-7. And first pitch just moments away from being thrown. Starter here for tonight for the Knights, excuse me, is by Mangusa. And the leadoff batter for the Cougars is Colson. Tell you about the Cougars as the game continues. First pitch underway. Game one of the doubleheader between the Knights and the Cougars. Division rivalry. First pitch just a bit outside. High spins that one. Left-handed batter's box. A little higher this time, but still spun it into the left-handed batter's box. Early advantage for Swimmer. It's a low count. Get it a little closer. Big swing and miss on that. He came inside after missing on the outside on the first two pitches. Got a battle, 2-1. Up into center field, center for a ride. Easy catch. Warren Guerrero. It may have caught that one just a little bit as it's blowing out towards us here in center field. You saw that ball caught pretty much right in front of us. Good 5-10 steps in front of the warning track. Read that one perfectly. First step is always back. First pitch swing and tested again. No, this one is out in the left field. Step back and then several steps in. Two fly ball outs. Made first out for Frederick. Fargo the second. First pitch swing in and out. Designated hitter. Cino Cusack. First lefty matchup. Batter starts with the advantage for Frederick. Beautiful pitch. Just misses the outside. Excuse me, inside. Low portion of the strike zone. Another 2-0. This time around, it will move to 3-0. This is another designated hitter. Frederick trying to start a 2-out rally here top of the first. It's a 4-pitch ball. It's behind Mangusa. Cannot find the strike zone. Batter is on. Runner is on, excuse me. Now a new batter steps in the batter's box. Third baseman Luis Perez Alfaro. Heading with 2 outs and a runner on first base. Fly ball out for Mangusa. And the wall. Nice job keeping that ball at the plate. Catcher Gabriel Vargas. Catching what could have been wild pitch. 5 straight balls. Inclusive coming across the plate with a nice one. Lose count to 1-1. Tough to see from Ryan, but I think he spun that across. This is a curveball getting it over. Swinging, sending that up the elevator shaft. Everyone in the outfield getting tested. First, the center fielder makes out number 1, left fielder makes out number 2, and the right fielder makes out number 3. Diego Garcia for the Knights gets underneath of that one. And it wasn't a 1-2-3, but as close as you can get. Knights, their turn to get the offense started when we come back. Evan Hassinger is the starting pitcher for the Frederick Cougars. 1, 2, 3 to start this inning for the Knights is Diego Garcia and El Estini and Joe Rosas. Final out defensively for the Knights. Pop up to right field, and now he's got the batting gloves on. Getting right to work. Lead off spot for the Knights. Keeping a cool head as he finds himself in an early 2-0 advantage. Pop on mid-air, could not hit the strike zone. Evan Hassinger has missed on 3 in a row. Garcia. It is a 4-pitch walk to the leadoff man for the Knights. Just what the doctor ordered for this team that loves to be aggressive on the bases. Garcia is on first for now. We'll get moving. No, we will. How quickly. Shortstop for the Knights now. Hitting from the number 2 spot. Could be a potential hit-and-run situation. My goodness, the first strike of the day for Hassinger is a beauty. As he breaks that one off. Breaking ball, certainly. Breaking at the knees there. And that one touched foul. 4 straight balls to Diego Garcia. It's 2 straight strikes. His counterpart behind him. In the early 0-2 hole. Cooler heads there. Saw the hands start to move forward and well. Trying to be aggressive. Realizing that one was ball out of hand though, and now you have to pick off play. Garcia back with time to spare. Battle. The man on the bump continues. 1-2 hole. No outs, and man at first. And make it 2-2. Good job by the catcher. Keep that one trapped. Catcher, Brandon Kelman. Braden Kelman. Excuse me. Trapping that ball, make sure there was no pass ball. Garcia has to stay at first. The battle continues now, tied at 2. Oh, pokes that one foul. Does it stay in play? It does, and it pops out of the glove of the catcher. What could have been, what might still be, as the battle at the plate continues. Braden made a great job, or excuse me, he made a great play defensively on a what could have been pass ball, but that one shacked in full moment, so to speak. In and out of his glove. Keeping the bat alive. Easy for me to say. That one in play, in between left and center, or excuse me, right and center. The right fielder with a quick play. Reading that one beautifully. Jackson Wood taking a would-be hit away. The Knights at bat. Nice batter. Now it's Joey Rosa, the designated hitter for the Knights. Passing pitcher for Frederick. Thinking about a ground ball here. As Garcia's running, and that's a beautiful throw. Garcia under the tag, though. You can see the frustration on the face of the Cougar shortstop. The ball did beat Garcia to the bag, but Garcia with a beautiful tag right underneath. I should have said a beautiful slide from Garcia right underneath the tag. Time called by the Knights as Garcia heads over to the sideline, talk things over with his first base coach. Rosa still at the plate. Seen one, wasn't sure if that was a called strike or ball. Rosa's back got a lot more interesting, that's for sure. He's now first person to hit runner in scoring position today. Sitting on a 1-1 count right now. Something he can elevate. Give Garcia a chance to round third, bring it on home, and there it is. Shot into right. Garcia has to put on the brakes as that was quickly thrown back into the infield. Rosa sends a rope out into right field for a single. Game's first hit. Garcia has no chance to go home on that one. Station to station. Now they're at the corners with one out. Connor Bailey manning the hot corner for the Knights today. Third baseman. Trying to find something he can elevate as Hassinger once again thinking about a ground ball, and that went out the window. Garcia comes around to score on the pass ball. Joey Rosa takes second. That potential inning-ending double play goes out the window. Now the Knights are thinking about a big inning. Struck first. Trying to build on it. Fans, this is game one of a doubleheader, so these two teams only scheduled to play 7 innings. These doubleheader days. Blink and you missed it. You're in the later innings. Grab really build on it. Like the Knights are potentially doing, and that goes a long way. And slamming the door shut. What is going to be a long day of baseball here in Castle. It's off to a hot start for the Knights. 0 the top of the first. One on the big board already, and maybe another one as Rosa is being waved home. Back-to-back singles for the Knights. This one gets away from the left fielder. So Bailey is able to take second on the air. He gets an RBI single. Rosa center rope. In the right field, Connor Bailey sends one in the left. Everyone moves up two. Rosa goes second all the way to first, all the way home. Bailey slides in safely at second. Casey Parsons now at the plate, 1 out. Early trip to the mound for Frederick, who's pitching staff. They want to talk a little strategy right now. Not throwing any pitches yet in the bullpen area, but they do have a catcher and pitcher tandem up, running through stretches. Down too early, and want to make sure this game stays in a manageable spot. Of course, with this being a doubleheader, you go to the bullpen early, that could really hurt you, potentially moving into game number two. The action on the field here. This beautiful, breezy Tuesday afternoon continues at the Castle. Catcher blocks that one, keeps it in front of him. Bailey has no chance to move over to third. Stays at second. That'll be Messinger and Parsons. Continues. Parsons got a piece of that one, but couldn't put it in play. One count at the plate. Casey Parsons playing first base for this Knights team in game number one. Keep this early momentum rolling on the side of the Knights. Bounces to the plate and past the catcher. Bailey will take third, and now Parsons is thinking about a potential sacrifice fly. He's thinking about that as a worst-case scenario. He wants to keep the hit train rolling. 2 straight singles for this Knights team. Parsons points where he wants to put it. Comes pitch and make 3 straight singles as that one touches in front of the left fielder. Back-to-back RBI singles for this Knights team. One for Bailey, one for Parsons, 3 unanswered runs to start the game. Hot start for the Knights. Parsons tosses Tom down to his friend out in center field, Lauren Guerrero-Guzman. He watches strike come across the plate on pitch number 1. Good spin on that ball. Away from that left-hander Guzman. Swinging the next one, he's in the 2-hole. This is a great turnaround. Evan Hassinger. 4-pitch walk to Diego Garcia. He's the leadoff man for the Knights. It's usually never a good sign, as that one is well over everybody's head except for the second baseman backing up the play. Boys and girls, that's why you got somewhere to be. Everybody's supposed to be moving on the play. Good job by the second baseman backing up the shortstop, making sure that Parsons can't move any further than he did. Stolen base for first baseman Casey Parsons, though. Big swing and a miss from Lauren Guerrero-Guzman. And a huge second out for Frederick. Pitch walk to Diego Garcia to lead off this first inning. This bottom of the first inning. Spell disaster early for Frederick. Backs up against the wall as they've already given up 3 runs, and a fourth is staring down the barrel right now. Casey Parsons at the plate, or excuse me, Casey Parsons at second base. Waiting for the man at the plate to bring him home. It's Caldera, the left fielder. Swinging, fouling that one off. Back-to-back batters for the Knights, finding themselves in an 0-2 hole. Singer recovering nicely after giving up those 3 runs. Potentially shut the door on this inning here. And that one just misses. Trying to clip the bottom of the strike zone there. Singer thinking about getting Caldera to chase. Caldera says nay. Bring it into the zone, please. Parsons still waiting patiently in second. 1-2 pitch. Caldera stays alive. Fouling off a tough pitch. The upper portion of the strike zone. You heard just the softest tink off the bat there. Caldera will see one more. What does he do with it? Parsons still patiently waiting in second. Dancing now. And back up the middle. What a play by Hassinger. My goodness, that's a Greg Maddox special. 3 runs come across for the Knights, though, as they grab an early lead. Put the Cougars in the rearview mirror. Through one inning of play is a 3-0 lead for the Knights. And remember, fans, only playing 7 here today, as these two teams are scheduled to play 2. Five, six, seven due up here for the Frederick Cougars. That's Clayton Dorsey, Casey Westberg, Mikey Haffer. Pusa out there dealing with Clayton Dorsey, the leadoff man in this inning for Frederick, second baseman. Pusa just misses that one as he spun a beauty of a pitch. Trying to clip that outside portion of the low strike zone. Not sure if he missed low or outside, but he missed. That one certainly missed low, as it's a 2-0 advantage for the leadoff man for the Cougars. Of course, that's the leadoff man in this inning. Way batting around in that first. We saw 4 Cougars batters in the first. Big 1, 2, 3, and my goodness. Catcher forgot how many strikes there were. But I forgot how many strikes there were, and then Goose was standing there saying, no, that was supposed to go to me. Let's get him on the net, please. Hopefully Vargas didn't jinx him. And he did! Big strikeout to start the second. Came one pitch later than Gabriel Vargas thought, but Mancuso still got it. And what a battle by Mackay there. Got himself into an early 2-0 hole and then just tightened up the rim of the hat. Went to work. Doesn't want to get in the hole this time around as he is starting off with the advantage, 0-1. Most important count in baseball. And that one tinked over the head of the shortstop. My goodness, it took a bad hop. And I'm sure his hands are stinging after that one. But he's smiling at first base. Casey Westerberg beating his shortstop counterpart. Casey, the shortstop for Frederick. A little ground ball with eyes right over the head of Manuel Augustini, the shortstop for the Knights. Tough break for the Knights defensively there. They can make up for it with an inning-ending double play. Mancuso can give another ground ball. And that one sent right out of play. Over the trees, over there down the line in right field. Mikey Haffer, the first baseman for Frederick, looking for something he can elevate as he wants to avoid hitting something on the ground, and cooler heads prevailed there as Haffer started to bring the hands forward. That went well out of the zone. Vargas trying to catch the man first sleeping. Casey Westerberg assures him that he's wide awake. Back to the bag with a couple seconds to spare. Battle continues at the plate. One out, here's the pitch, and Vargas keeps that one from being a pass ball. Mancuso in the middle of the battle. 2-1 is the count. Make it 2-2 as Haffer swings through that one. Got a piece of it, says the referee, so man at first base has to make a long run back to first base. Ball got past Vargas, who's thinking about making a run on second. Umpire says they nay. Now it's a 2-2 count. Strikeout and ground out would be huge here for the Knights. Mancuso gets the strikeout, 2 in a row. Excuse me, not 2 in a row, but 2 in the inning. That comes with a sigh of relief. The runner at first has to stay right where he is. Now with 2 outs in the inning, Frederick trying to make a little 2-out magic. Braden Kelman, catcher for the Cougars, at the plate now. Back-to-back innings for Frederick, where they got a man on at first, but unable to move him into scoring position, at least so far. Still 1 out to work with. Braden starts with 1-0 advantage. And there's the throw down to second, and he's out! What a throw from Vargas! Caught stealing Braden Kelman's at-bat will continue when we come back for Frederick at the top of the third. It's the bottom of the second. In between then, and the Knights are looking for more runs. In control of all the momentum right now. Vargas looking to roll that momentum that he got himself for himself and his team in the top of the second, right into the bottom of the second. Threw the man out at second for out number 3. And now he is the leadoff man in this bottom of the second for the Knights. It is 8, 9, and then the top of the lineup, so it's Vargas. And then Martinez, Rivera, and then we'll see Diego Garcia once again. Vargas sends that one down the line and right, foul. That was absolute laser of a throw. Vargas behind the plate. Got the runner at second with maybe at least 2 steps to go. Vargas stays alive, fouling off a tough pitch. The next one, a swing and miss. Vargas goes down on strikes. Out number 1 for the Frederick Cougars in the bottom of the second. Number 9 hitter. Martinez Rivera, second baseman for the Knights. Diego Garcia, the leadoff man now in the on-deck circle. Knights came awfully close to batting around in that first inning. 3 runs coming around to score. That went up the middle, off of the glove of the shortstop. And it's a tough day out there to be a shortstop. We saw one bounce over the Knights shortstop's head in the top of the second. This one kind of just eats up the Cougars shortstop. Probably will be scored as an error, I'm sure. Silver lining for the Cougars is now, if they get another ground ball, maybe they get that inning-ending double play. Sometimes you think about momentum, stealing plays, you think about offense, but big inning-ending double play for the Cougars go a long way, grabbing a little momentum for their side. That's at least what they're thinking, telling themselves. Nice. Telling themselves that's wishful thinking. Diego Garcia took first on a 4-pitch walk last time. Came around to score the game's first run. Seen nothing but balls here today. It's now 5 straight balls to Diego Garcia. Making 6 as Garcia's got an eye on him. Staying away from the jump. Hassinger come into the plate. Come into the zone. Can he do it? Throw down to second. Good throw, just a little high. Rivera's able to get under the tag. I think that was another play for the Cougars where the ball probably did beat the runner, but it wasn't right at the bag. So the Knights have a great opportunity to slide right under the tag. You've been with this Knights team all season long, you know they love to run on the bases. They are aggressive when they get on. Get on, get over. Somebody bring them in. That's the motto for this Knights team, old school whitey ball. All my Cardinals fans growing up around those 80s and 90s teams. One fouled out of play. Diego Garcia. Full count payoff pitch. Coming up, one out, man at second. Garcia, the leadoff man. So it's the top of the lineup here for the Knights. Garcia sends one into left. Over the head of the left fielder. Rivera will score. Garcia's taking second. And he is in second. Standing up, an RBI double for Diego Garcia, the game's first extra base hit. 4 unanswered runs for the Knights as Garcia roping that one just over the outstretched hand of the left fielder. He read that one well, but no chance for Andrew Varga to get to that one. It's Garcia. Hit them where they are. There's the number 2 hitter, Augustini, 0 for 1 here today. He sends that one over right field. Right fielder gets it, Garcia. Heads back over to second. And now there are 2 outs in the inning. Good read there from the right fielder. Jackson Wood. That ball was dying and trailing away from him very quickly. Wood read it well. Made the play for his team, and now Cougars have to make one more play. 2 outs. A very fast runner at second base, Joey Rosa. Good score, Diego Garcia, in a multitude of ways. Rosa 1 for 1. First of 3 straight singles for the Knights offense that really got them rolling in the first. Took that momentum. Rolled right into second. It's now 4 straight runs for this Knights team. Almost halfway to mercy rule already. Joey Rosa. Good eye there, staying away from the jump. Swinging that bat with a lot of confidence, sending that one up and over the right fielder's head. It's back-to-back RBIs in the inning for the Knights. Rosa. RBI double for the Knights. 2 RBI doubles in the inning. Actually, they weren't back-to-back. I forgot Augustini had that fly out to right in between Garcia and Rosa's double. 2 extra base hits in the inning for Frederick. And we have a new pitcher coming into the game for the Cougars now. Evan Hassinger, I believe, is throwing his final pitch of the day. And indeed, we'll see some warm-up action for the Cougars bullpen. A tough day for the Cougar starter in game number 1, Evan Hassinger. Final day for him will read as 1 2/3 innings. He gave up 4 hits, 4 runs, and 1 walk. He gave up, or he got 2 strikeouts. Tough day at the office for Evan Hassinger, but his team still very much alive in this one. Down but not out, as there's a lot of time left in this one. Cougars bullpen just needs to keep this game right where it is. Of course, the Knights, they got other ideas. Hear the cheers from their sideline saying, "We need more, we need more." Have a chance for more when we come back. Runner at second, 2 outs, and a new pitcher in the game for the Cougars. Back to the action on the diamond, and it is Nico Falasinos taking over pitching for the Frederick Cougars. He's got one win on the season, and he is making his 5th appearance right now. He's got 4 2/3 innings of work so far for the Cougars. Maybe his biggest challenge of the season right now. Big rivalry matchup, a division matchup between the Cougars and the Knights. Two teams that are off the hot starts this season. The Knights coming into this game 12-6 on the year. Cougars 13-7. Games like this is a long way in establishing yourself as the team to beat in this region, in this conference. Rosa at second base. Connor Bailey 1 for 1 at the plate now for the Knights. Beautiful breaking ball there from the Cougars. Just couldn't find the strike zone. Count moves to 1-1 on Connor Bailey, third baseman for the Knights. Already 1 for 1. And make it 2 for 2 with an RBI. He tests his counterpart at third base, and he rises to the challenge for out number 3. But 2 more runs come across for the Knights. 5-0 is our score on the big board. A hot start. Your Essex Knights. Through 2 innings, they are in full control. action. Getting ready to restart here in the third. And so glad you guys can join us on YouTube. Your home for all of tonight's home games all season long. But I do wish you guys could be here live in the castle. This is a beautiful day for baseball. Spring is right around the corner. Days like today remind you what a beautiful time it is. A better place to be than right here at the castle. Watching the action on the diamond. Great action so far as Jaime Kusa gets into a 1-1 count. Braden Kelman had his at-bat cut short. Caught stealing the end of the inning for the Cougars. Gabriel Vargas throwing out the man at second to shut things down in the top of the second. Now he's catching counterpart for the Cougars. He's back in the batter's box. Looking to keep alive for this Cougars team. They are down, but certainly not out. A lot of time left in this game. But backs really pressed up against the wall as the mercy rule already coming into play potentially. The Knights are halfway there. Two innings into the contest. Jaime Kusa looking at a 2-2 as Braden Kelman just fouls that one off to stay alive. Kusa's thrown a total of 24 pitches so far. Has surrendered at least one walk in each inning so far. Outside of that, he has been as perfect as you can get. Excuse me, it was a walk and a hit. Two players have reached base safely each inning. One inning, I should say. CCBC Essex with a beautiful strikeout to start the third. Giving up two base runners so far. He's also gotten 3 strikeouts. Really controlling things right now. Now it's Jackson Wood, the right fielder for the Cougars, and he's the number 9 hitter. So Cole Swimmer, their leadoff man, is in the on-deck circle. That hit that Kusa gave up was probably some friendly scoring as that hit was on the ball that took a weird bounce right over the head of the shortstop. Was that a hit or was that a lucky pebble? I don't know. Depends on what sideline you're sitting on. All in all, Kusa in full control here. High 2 1/3. Still with that 0 on the big board. That's what he cares about most. Getting the win for his team. Carrying the shutout as far as he can. Love zeros more than pitchers. Working the number 9 hitter right now. Payoff pitch coming up here. 3-2 count. He's coming into the zone. What does Wood do with it? Can he do anything with it? You got a piece of it. Stay alive, says the referee. That was the faintest touch on that ball. Jackson Wood just fouled that off. Here's another payoff pitch. Could not touch that one. Strikeout number 4 for Jaime Kusa. High is pitching with a lot of confidence right now. Didn't even celebrate that strikeout. Business as usual from his standpoint. Cole Swimmer, leadoff man, the center fielder for Frederick Cougars, 0 for 1. Oh my, he just gave up on that one. What a pitch. Kusa. Pitching with so much confidence right now. Finding the zone with ease. And doing it any which way he pleases is that one on the outside portion of the zone. Back to back. Practically unhittable pitches. Kusa looking to make it 1, 2, 3. Oh, with the strikeout. He misses high on that one as he's trying to get him to chase out of the zone. Here's 1 and 2. Still looking for those 3 straight strikeouts. Oh, buckles the knees, but cannot get the call at the plate. Swimmer staying alive. Breathing a little heavy after that one, I'm sure. 2 and 2 is the count now. Kusa still thinking about those 3 straight strikeouts. Can he get it on this one? Oh my, what a pitch! What a moment, what a sequence. Good morning, good afternoon, good night. 3 straight strikeouts from Jaime Kusa. The Knights are rolling in game number 1.
That was awesome.
Nico Falasinos still out there for Frederick. He took over pitching with 2 outs left in the second. He is dealing with Casey Parsons, who's the leadoff man in this inning for the Knights. Bottom of the third, Parsons 1 for 1 with an RBI. Parsons is hitting 5 spots, so it's 5, 6, 7 to up in this inning for the Knights. Part of the lineup. Every part of the lineup has been productive so far for this Knights team. 5 unanswered runs through 2 innings of play. 3 in the first, 2 in the second. Looking to continue that trend. In the third is Parsons. Took one off the hit. He will take his base. Parsons tosses the baton down to his center fielder, Lauren Herrera Guzman. Next circle now, Caldera. The outfield duo, center fielders, left fielders, this Knights team. Square up for the bunt. Cooler heads prevailed as he realized that one was well out of the zone. The Knights looking to be aggressive. Trying to move that runner in the scoring position early. Get him on, get him over, and somebody bring him in. No bunt that time, but he may have realized that one was a ball out of the hand and just didn't show bunt. I'd be surprised if the bunt sign wasn't still on here for Guzman. Swinging away. Trying to end the game with one swing as he was looking to send that one to a parking lot down the street. 2-1 count. Safe to say that bunt sign is certainly off now. Guzman puts it right to the shortstop, and a tough move as Parsons caught in the middle. Double play. Great defense there from the Cougars. It was a tough day at the office for the shortstop so far today for the Cougars, but that one, just what the doctor ordered. Casey Westerberg finds that one into his glove. Throws a rope over to his friend at first base for the double play. That ball was hit right to Westerberg. But he has to get low and really watch that one into the mitt. It's one of those ones that a lot easier said than done. It was a heads-up play. Tough break for the Knights, but maybe a chance for a two-out rally as that one is down the line in left field for a single. Caldera gets on base for the first time today, Caldera. And Guzman hitting from the 6-7 spot, both of them with hard hit balls. Guzman's, unfortunately for him, just right to the shortstop. Caldera gets himself on with 2 outs, and now it's Gabriel Vargas. Gonna start the 2-out rally, the catcher for the Knights. Keeping the barrel on his shoulder as he started to bring those hands forward. He wanted to swing at that one, but the bottom fell out of it. And it fell off the plate just a little bit too early. Vargas reading it well, realizing that was a ball, stays off of it. He starts with the advantage. And again, that one bounces to the plate. Vargas finds himself with a nice advantage. 2-0 count to Vargas. Middle of the infield, practically on the outfield grass. They're expecting something to be hit hard, and it was, but to the third baseman, he makes the play for out number 3. Ground ball with eyes, as my dad would say. Luis Perez Alfera charging in on it and making the play for the Cougars. And it's the first 0 on the board for the Cougars as they hold the Knights scoreless in the top, or excuse me, in the bottom of the third. They will look to make up some ground in the top of the fourth. Taking the mound once again for this night's team. First pitch swinging and just through the hole in between first and second. Andrew Varga. Leadoff single here at the top of the fourth as the Cougars look to make up some ground. 2, 3, 4, the trio due up for the Cougars as Andrew Varga, second hit of the day for this Cougars team, the left fielder for Frederick, finds himself standing at first. The DH, Encino Pusat, looking for something he can drive as he is trying to avoid the double play. Kai looking to keep that ball low, induce the ground ball. Pusat, walk, last time up. Kai trying to control the run game just a little bit as he throws back to first, and it was a good scoop job from Parsons. No chance to catch the runner, but that one easily could have gotten past Parsons. Could have been, what might still be, is this is the double play ball, but it gets past the shortstop. Eats him up. I think it just bounced right over him. That's the second time the ball's hit a pebble. It looks like a Cougars player. Got a couple of Cougars rocks out there in the infield. Keeping hope alive for this Frederick team. What could have been a huge double play ends up being everyone move up one. Luis Perez Alfera now, the third baseman for the Cougars. First man in a green uniform to hit with a runner in scoring position. Comes with no outs in the top of the fourth. This is a huge opportunity for Frederick. First real challenge of the day for Kai Mancuso. Sometimes baseball can just be a cool game, as that was a double play ball for sure until it wasn't. Took that bad bounce right over the shoulder of the shortstop for the Knights. Manuel and Augustina, second time he's had a ball just take a bad hop right in front of him and go over his shoulder. Vargas, great job keeping that ball in front of him as that had fastball written all over it. Huge battle at the plate. Love a strikeout right now. This is really even things out a little bit for the Knights. Kai already 5 strikeouts today. Now the ball not being put in play. Those runners right where they are. A long way in stopping this potential big inning here for Frederick. It just gets a little bit bigger as Kai could not find the strike zone there, and it's a walk. And now the bases are loaded with no outs. Luis Perez Alfera takes his base, tosses the baton down 1. 2, 3, 4 have all reached base safely to lead off this inning for Frederick. So now it's 5, 6, 7. Clayton Dorsey, Casey Westerberg, Mike Haffer. Casey, shortstop for Cougars in the on-deck circle, the only player with a hit for this inning for the Frederick Cougars. That one gets past Vargas, but not by much, as everyone has to stay right where they are. Dorsey 0 for 1 with a strikeout. Getting the bases loaded and no outs. Kai Mancuso His back is firmly pressed up against the wall right now. He's not only dealing with the bases loaded, but he's now dealing with the 2-0 advantage to the hitter. Kai wants to step off and think about it. There is no warm-up action in the bullpen right now for the Knights, so this is Kai's game right now. He's got to dig deep within himself, find what he needs to get out of this jam. He dug the hole, so to speak, so he certainly knows how to dig himself right back out. So he gets to get the over pitch. Over. Moves it to 2-1. How about moving it to 2-2 with a beautiful pitch? Best of the inning so far from Mackay. Big moment right here for these two teams. 2-2 count, bases loaded, no outs. What a time for a strikeout right here, right now. Can Mancuso find it? He does! A huge first out in the inning. Bases are still loaded, but now an inning-ending double play is one pitch away for the Knights. Mackay Mancuso was down 2 pitches in that at-bat, and he came back and threw 3 strikes. It sat him down with authority. 1 out, bases are loaded, 5-0 game. Knights 1 pitch away from getting the double play ball. 4 straight strikes from Mackay Mancuso. No double play ball there. Is that one unhittable? See how quickly things change. Mackay got that strikeout, and now the Knights are alive. They are playing with so much confidence. The dugout chirping. Mackay Mancuso throwing frisbees, 5 straight strikes. Oh my! Half an inch away from getting him to hold the sword. Somehow he got a piece of it, excuse me. Casey Westerberg keeps hope alive. Down on strikes though. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Strike 3! 2 straight strikeouts from Mackay Mancuso. 5 straight outs by way of the strikeout. Knights fans, I think you found your ace. Bases are still loaded, but now there's 2 outs. And the Cougars are going to take a timeout. They want to talk it over. They set the table for a big inning. And now they are in danger of having to eat a 0. Mikey Haffer, the first baseman for the Frederick Cougars, is at the plate. He's 0 for 1 with a strikeout already today. Bases loaded, 2 outs, top of the 4th. And everybody on the edge of their seats right now. 5 straight strikeouts for the Knights pitcher. Mancuso putting on a clinic. He dug himself this hole, but he's just 1 pitch away from digging himself right back out. Bases loaded, 2 straight strikeouts with the ball not being put in play, or 2 straight outs, I should say, with the ball not being put in play. That was exactly what the doctor ordered. Everybody on the bases just stuck right where they are. Now a 1-1 count to Mikey Haffer. 1-2 as Haffer swings at that one but misses. What a pitch. The bottom just completely fell out of that one. Mancuso 1 pitch away from getting in and out of the jam. Swing and a miss! 6 straight strikeouts from Mackay Mancuso. The Frederick Cougars strand the bases loaded. It's still a 0 on the big board for the Knights. My goodness, what a moment. What a game. I promise you there is a coach at a four-year school who's going to see that and take notice. Kaiman Kusa may be talking to him when the game's done here today. Had a young man out there working on getting himself a scholarship. The Frederick Cougars had the table set with no outs and the bases loaded. They were one swing away from changing the game, and then they never touched the ball again. But Kaiman Kusa, 3 straight strikeouts in that inning, 6 straight strikeouts total. And he is having himself a day for this Knights team, and the offense is certainly helping him out in a big way. 5-0 is the score in this one as we start the bottom of the fourth, and the dugout is alive for the Knights right now. They're in full control here as we run down the the stat line from Kaiman Kusa so far. 4 innings, he's given up 3 hits, he's surrendered 2 walks, but he's got 8 strikeouts. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good day at the office for that young man. Andy Martinez Rivera, the second baseman at the plate right now for the Knights, and he is the number 9 hitter for your Essex Knights. So it is leadoff man Diego Garcia in the on-deck circle right now, and a rope just caught in the nick of time by the right fielder. Andy Martinez Rivera has a hit taken away from him. Right fielder Jackson Wood read that one beautifully. First step is almost always back, but on that one it had to be in, as that was dying very quickly. If he didn't read that one perfectly, he was going to fall right in front of him for a leadoff single. And instead, it's one out here in the bottom of the fourth. Diego Garcia has reached base safely every time up so far today. A walk in his first at bat, double in his second. That double is good for an RBI as well. Diego Garcia really helping his on-base percentage here today. Garcia staying away from the jump. See some warm-up action now starting to take place in the bullpen for the Cougars. They are holding on to hope in this one. But remember, fans, this is game 1 of a doubleheader, so these two teams only scheduled to play 7 innings. So with us being in the 4th inning, this is the sandwich inning, so to speak. Final 3 innings, final 9 outs of the game for these two teams. Right around the corner. Garcia, man, they cannot keep this young man off the bases. 2 walks and a double from your leadoff man. Yeah, we'll take that. Please and thank you. Pats on the back for everyone all around. As Manuel Augustini, number 2 hitter, shortstop for the Knights, steps into the batter's box. He shows bunt, and it gets past the catcher. Garcia will take second standing up. And I think that wipes off the bunt sign for Augustini, I bet. on, get them over, and somebody bring them in. That's the score, or that's the motto for this night's team. And it has led to the score being what it is today, 5-0 already. Looking for more. Augustini started to bring the hands forward. Cooler heads prevailed, says the umpire. That is a ball called at the plate. Rough day defensively so far today. He's had two just bounce over him from the shortstop spot. Neither one was ruled as an error, but I'm sure from his perspective he thinks he could have done something differently. Shortstop without being a confident individual. With the glove in your hand, short man well. No exception to that rule as Garcia will stay at second. Braden traps that one behind the plate just in the nick of time. Some warm-up action intensifying in the bullpen for the Cougars. They're trying to keep alive in this one. Well, got a piece of that one, but I think the ball got a piece of him as well. Hear the oohs and ahs from the crowd behind the plate right after that one. The wind has died down just a little bit here at the Castle. Comes the pitch. Wow, what an eye by him. I certainly would have swung at that. Staying alive. Diego Garcia still in scoring position. Ready to turn on the Jets. A moment's notice. There he goes. Taking third. Throw. Not in time. Garcia with the stolen base. And Manuel takes first on the walk. They're at the corners with one out. Here comes man swinging a very, very hot stick. Joey Rosa, the designated hitter, is 2 for 2 today. He could change this game with one swing of the bat. With the wind coming to a halt, that could help him in a big way. He could send this one for a ride. He's already got one RBI here today, looking for a second. Rosa very much well aware that he can change this game with one swing of the bat. He was looking to send that one over the hospital behind us. Rosa now showing the bunt. Everybody's got to do their part in this lineup. Rosa, they still have the bunt sign on. He took that one away on the ball that was out of the strike zone. And there it is, the bunt sign still on. He bunts this one high, and that's a double play! The inning's over, my goodness! What a moment, what could have been, what might still be as the Cougars keeping hope alive on that big defensive stand. the fifth inning is underway with that pitch. Kai Mancusa, 65 pitches now thrown. Brady Kelman leading off the top of the fifth for the Cougars, which means it is 8-9 and then the top of the lineup as the Cougars are down to their final 9 outs in game number 1. Remember, fans, game number 1 of a doubleheader, which means these two teams only scheduled to play 7 innings. Blinking, you missed it. We're already in the later innings, and the bats firmly up against the wall for this Cougars team. 2-1 count there as Mancusa cannot find the strike zone. Kelman's already gone down on strikes once, one of the 8 strikeout victims for Mancusa today. Victim number 9 is now he's down to his final strike. The last 6 outs recorded by this Knights team all come by way of a strikeout. Kai Mancusa looking to make it 7 in a row, and all good things must come to an end, as that one will be a ground ball out. Connor Bailey with a routine play from the hot corner. Four straight Cougars batters retired by Mancusa after surrendering 3 straight base runners to start the fourth. Kelman tosses the baton down to his right fielder, Jackson Wood, who was 0 for 1 today. Jackson Wood down on strikes. Last time he faced Mancusa, Cole Swimmer, leadoff man for the Cougars in the on-deck circle. He's 0 for 2 today. And they appeal down to first base. He says he did not go. Jackson Wood will watch the count move to 1-1 as this is a crucial pitch. 1-1 count, the most important count in baseball, depending on who you talk to. And Wood, if you go on that one, they appeal down to first base, and he says they did not. Oh no, it's a called strike at the plate. 1-2 now as Mancusa grabs the advantage and grabs strikeout number 9 on the next pitch. Kai Mancusa continuing to roll through this Cougars lineup. He's now seeing the leadoff man Cole Swimmer for the 3rd time today. Cole Swimmer 0 for 2 and one of the 9 strikeout victims. Hit hard to the third baseman. Bailey eats it up just a little bit. Did he get it over in time? He did not. And that ball ate up Connor Bailey just a little bit. And that slight delay was more than enough time for Schwimmer to get down the line. Runner reaches base safely here for the Cougars, but no hit, as I'm sure that one will be scored as an error. Andrew Varga now at the plate, 1 for 2. And that got past Vargas. Swimmer takes second, thought about third. Man, he got a long look at third. And Vargas, I think he was daring him to go. Down 5, cannot afford to run out or run into the final out on the bases here, as the Cougars are down to their final 7 outs. Top of the 5th, 5-0 Knights lead with 2 outs. And Andrew Varga at the plate, the number 2 hitter for the Cougars. Trying to start a 2-out rally, trying to get the offense started here as that one sent deep into left and easily caught a couple steps in front of the warning track. Sent for a ride, but certainly not far enough for damage. It wasn't a 1-2-3, but pretty close. Most importantly for the Knights, it's another 0 on the board. Bottom of the 5th, it's still a 5-0 Knights game. Right back up the middle for a leadoff single. Hot start to the bottom of the 5th for the Knights. Connor Bailey getting the action started. Just missing on the outside there as Casey Parsons is at the plate now. 1 for 1, Parsons is. An RBI, and he reached base safely on a hit by pitch his last time up. And my goodness, what a breaking ball there, but fell off the plate a little too early. Parsons probably got the take sign on here maybe. 3-0 count. And indeed, the take sign on. Parsons will be swinging away at the next one. 3-1 is the count now. And there's the throw down, and everyone will slow down as Parsons takes his base on the walk. Runners at first and second with no outs here in the bottom of the 5th. And this could be a huge spot for the Knights as they are halfway to the mercy rule right now. So a 5-run bottom of the 5th would close things out with a Knights win in game number 1. And I think the Cougars are very much well aware of that as they are trying to keep this game going as long as possible. They've got 2 separate players warming up in the bullpen area, and now Coaching staffs on both sides talking a little action. And now the action on the field will resume. In a big spot here in the game, Nico Thalasinos is gotten through 2 1/3 of work so far. He's surrendered 3 walks, but has not given up a run so far for this Cougars team, as he has kept hope alive after checking in from the bullpen. But now the back firmly pressed up against the wall. Lauren Guerrera Guzman at the plate right now for the Knights. He is 0 for 2 with a strikeout. Center fielder for the Knights, hitting from the 6th spot in the lineup. So with no outs and 2 runners on, it is 6, 7, 8 due up. Those 3 gentlemen a combined 0 for 6 in the day so far today, but no better time than right now to reverse that trend. Wind picking up once again, blowing in towards the batter as Guzman shows the bunt. Got a piece of it, says the referee, or excuse me, the umpire. And I think 2 strikes now on Guzman. Bunt sign probably off. You can never be sure with this Knights team. Swinging away down the left field line, out of play, into the trees. Loren has earned the right to see one more. What does he do with it? 1 for 2, or excuse me, 1 and 2 count at the plate. And make it 2 and 2. As Loren Guerrera Guzman does a good job of not only ducking away from that ball, got the bat down to make sure the ball didn't hit the bat as well. At least once a year you see somebody forget to get the bat down. And oh my, that's sent for a ride deep to right, going, at the wall, it stays in play. The right fielder worse for wear as he's slow to get up. Guzman is going to have an inside the park home run. Tough break for the right fielder for the Cougars as he hit the wall. And I think it bounced out of play because someone who was in the outfield, or excuse me, over the fence, just threw the ball back in play. So either that was a legitimate home run or an inside the park home run. Training staff comes out onto the field to see the right fielder. 3-run score for the Knights. I thought for a second when that fan threw the ball back in play, and now I'm noticing that's Coach Joe Fiedler, the soccer coach here at CCBC Essex. I thought maybe the ball bounced over the fence, but I don't think so. I think Lauren just got all of that one, and it's a 3-run home run for the Knights. Glad to see the right fielder up and trying to stay into the game because we don't have fences like the big boys do, but still, he was running really hard, and he hit that chain link fence about as hard as you can get, and there's not much give on that fence. Young man, worse for wear, but wants to stay into the game. Or no, he's actually coming out. They will replace him in right field. Though he is leaving the game under his own power. And this game has taken another turn in the direction of the Knights as that 3-run home run makes it an 8-0 game, and now the Knights are 2 runs away from getting the mercy rule victory. The official line on that is a 3-run home run for Lauren Guerrera Guzman. Casey Parsons and Connor Bailey come around to score. And we also have a pitching change in this game for the Frederick Cougars. Austin Christ now doing the pitching for the Cougars. I'll tell you all about him in just 1 second. Let's go through our score sheet and see what he's done so far this year. Austin Christ for this Cougars team wears number 7. And he has 1 loss on the year, and he's making his 5th appearance. And he's also started 2 games for this Cougars team and has 1 save. So he is doing a little bit of everything for this Frederick Cougars squad. Austin Christ has gotten through 5 innings of work. He's given up 5 hits and 6 runs. He's also issued 6 walks and gotten himself 4 strikeouts. So not the start to the season that he would like, but he could put that behind him real quickly if he could keep hope alive for this Frederick team. They're down to their last 6 outs at the plate, but backs firmly up against the wall right now as they only have 2 runs to work with. Or really, I should say they have 1 run to work with, because on the 10th run, well, that's game over. 8-0 game in game number 1 right now. And the left fielder for the Knights comes into the batter's box. Nemar Caldera, 1 for 2. And behind him is Gabriel Vargas and then Andy Martinez Rivera. Still no outs in the inning, in search of the game's potential final 2 runs. As the Knights are looking to keep the momentum rolling. All the momentum started back on the turf when men's lacrosse pulled off a huge upset victory over DuPage. Baseball rolled that momentum right into a hot start in game number 1, 8-0. Looking to slam the door. Caldera will take his base, and now the man at the plate is the potential winning run. Gabriel Vargas, the catcher for the Knights. 0 for 2. And Andy Martinez Rivera in the on-deck circle, also 0 for 2. No better time than right now to reverse that trend, though. Lauren Guerrera Guzman, living proof of that, as he was 0 for 2 before he changed the game with 1 swing of the bat. 3-run home run. You're only going to get 1 hit. That's a pretty good 1 hit. The Earl Weaver special. Gabriel Vargas has already had a really good day today. Remember, he had that caught stealing on the Frederick player. He threw him out at second base with at least 2 steps to spare. It was just an absolute rope of a throw from Vargas. And Mancuso warming up in the bullpen. He's still the starter for the Knights, but it's been a long time since he's thrown a pitch. Wants to make sure he's ready to go if he has to throw another one. That's a mighty big if, as the Knights are trying to walk it off, so to speak, here in the bottom of the 5th. And Vargas stays away from that one. That started in the strike zone but didn't finish. And it's all about where it crosses the plate. 3-1 is the count. And everyone will move up 1. The winning run is on base now. Winning run standing at first, and here comes Andy Martinez Rivera. Top of the lineup, right behind him, Diego Garcia. They have not been able to keep him off the bases all day. He's 1 for 1 with 2 walks. Rivera throws the bunt down, and that was a beautiful bunt. He is safe. bases are loaded. An absolute perfect bunt from Andy Martinez Rivera. Andy Martinez Rivera playing second base and laying down bunts like that. He looks a lot like Brian Roberts. My goodness, what a play from that young man. And all you young Orioles fans out there, if you don't know who Brian Roberts is, after this game, you get on YouTube right now or you talk to your uncle and he'll educate you. Diego Garcia at the plate looking to put on his hero pants, looking to walk it off. Throw to the plate is in time for out number one. And the infield was in to get the lead runner, and that's exactly what they did. Good heads-up defense from Westerberg. One out in the inning, and now a double play ball would be huge here for this Cougars team. Manuel Augustini, the shortstop, tough day at the plate for him so far. He's 0 for 2, but he could put his hero pants on with one swing of the bat. A single could score two with the speed at second. Manuel, the shortstop for the Knights, digging in, ready to start the battle, hoping to finish the game. Bases loaded, one out. Misses that one. As you see, the idea is to keep the ball low, get that double play ball. Problem is Manuel, if he gets himself ready, knowing that that ball is going to be delivered low, he could elevate it and send it for a ride. Does he feel confident in his ability to do that? And he buckles at the plate just a little bit, but it's out of the zone, says the umpire. 1-2 is the count. Or excuse me, 2-1 is the count. Manuel down the third baseline, but foul. 2-2 is the count now, as Manuel just missed that one. 2-2 count, one out, bases loaded. Swinging and fouling one off. And the moment just keeps getting bigger here at the Castle. Cougars' backs firmly pressed up against the wall. Manuel Augustina trying to finish it off with one swing of the bat, though he didn't get a chance to swing at that time. It's a payoff pitch coming, as that one misses on the inside. Full count. Bases loaded, one out. Everyone moves up one as the Knights are one out away, or excuse me, one run away from winning this game. What a battle there from Manuel. Fouling off some tough pitches, showing the discipline. And now it's Joey Rosa swinging a mighty big stick right now. 2 for 3 with 1 RBI. All he needs is something he can send into the outfield. Oh, and he's well aware of it. Swinging at the first pitch, just sending it foul. All Joey Rosa needs is something he can send into the outfield. All the Cougars need is that inning-ending double play. And we've seen crazier things happen here at the Castle. We've seen epic comebacks. Do the Cougars have one in their back pocket? Rosa stays away from that one, and my goodness, he may have 3 eyes on him as he stayed away from that one, and it was oh so close. I know I would have swung at that one. Not nearly as close that time around as it moves to 2-1. The 1-1 count, most important count in baseball. And it goes the way of Joey Rosa, just like everything's been going the way of the Knights. 2-1 pitch. Rosa, it's off his bat. He didn't get the bat down. Throw to the plate is in time. Double play. My goodness, what a moment. And there will be a stern talking to for Joey Rosa in the lineup or in the dugout, I'm sure, as Rosa ducked to avoid the pitch, but he didn't get the bat down. Oh, my goodness. What a moment. What a game. It continues. Makai Mancusa still out there ready to do some more pitching for the Knights as he's thinking about finishing the job on this shutout. We have a defensive substitution for the Knights team. Number 32, Yariel Hernandez, now in left field. And now back to work offensively for the Cougars as they somehow stayed alive. Knights were one run away from ending things in the bottom of the fifth, but Cougars got a little bit of a lucky break as goes off the bat of Joey Rosa and into play on what really probably should have been a wild pitch, and goes off the bat of Rosa into play, out at the plate, and then out at first. Double play. See you later. Cougars are swinging the bats one more time. Vincino Cusat is at the plate. He's 1 for 1 here today. Cusat is the designated hitter for the Cougars, and he's hitting from the 3 spot, so it's 3, 4, and 5. Only 1 hit between these 3 gentlemen so far. Mancuso watches one go to the outside portion of the plate, moves the count to 2-1. Comes right back and gets it to even once again, now 2-2, and you could hear the pop on that mitt all the way from up here. 5 innings of work already for Mancusa, and his arm is still strong. Throwing gas, looking for another strikeout, almost finding it, as that one just on the outside. We'll have a payoff pitch as Mancusa is looking for strikeout number 2, or excuse me, number 10. Yeah, mighty big difference. Mancuso, the payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. Strikeout number 10. Makai Mancuso has thrown 76 pitches, and he's got 10 strikeouts. He's through 5 1/3 of work so far. What a day on the hill for him. Young man working on getting himself a scholarship, and my goodness, what a pitch. Unhittable, just froze him. Coming back to the plate with another. This one put into play. Who wants it? Second baseman's calling for it, but he's called off by the right fielder. And that's out number 2. Diego Garcia coming in on that ball. Much easier play for him as the right fielder. Makes the routine catch. And an easy out brings Clayton Dorsey to the plate. Dorsey 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. And in the hole 0-1 to start as Mancuso brings a beautiful curveball over the plate. Mancuso, another one. This one away from the hitter, trailing towards the left-handed batter's box. That was either a cutter or a slider. It was moving regardless. Here's the 0-2. And just inches away from strikeout number 11. You saw Mancuso trailing over towards the dugout. He thought it was strikeout number 11. He may still get it. It's just going to come one pitch later. Here's the 1-2. And he will not get the strikeout as that one sent for a ride into left field, but for an easy catch. Lauren Guerrero Guzman, out number 3. An easy 1-2-3 for Mancuso, as the Knights will look to walk it off once again now in the bottom of the 6th. Joey Rosa made the final out of the 5th for the Knights, so it'll be 4, 5, and 6 due up when we come back. All 3 of these men have at least 1 hit. Connor Bailey, the leadoff man in the inning for the Knights, he's 2 for 3. Connor Bailey, the third baseman for the Knights, leading off the action here in the bottom of the 6th. Bailey is 2 for 3. No better time than right now to find hit number 3, as Connor Bailey is the potential game-winning run at the plate. And oh my goodness, up, and out of the castle! Connor Bailey walks it off for the Knights! What a moment! 1 swing, 1 win. We'll see you back here in an hour. What a game!
A 10-0 victory for the Knights in Game 1, and they'll look to get the sweep of the Cougars when we come back. Hats off to you, Connor Bailey.
Time. First pitch is underway here at the Castle. It is an emphatic strike. Out of the hand of Casey Parsons for starting pitcher in game number 2. Parsons manning first base in game number 1. Had a pretty good day hitting at the plate as well. And trying to himself Shohei on pressure. Start manage leadoff man Jack Clark. First time we're seeing Jack Clark today. Did not play. Parsons just missed that one. Trying to clip the top of the zone. That break. Early highlight reel moment for him. Just missed. 1-2 pitch. Well high that time. Parsons had an open advantage now. He's rendered it to even 2-2, but comes back with strike. Make it stay 2-2. Nice battle to start game number 2. Did have some warm-up action in the game, but there was a long talk staff. I think overall, consistency with game number 1, understanding a matchup with the Knights, rivalry division matchup. Playing very good ball coming into the game. Part of I don't the game, but walk-off style mercy left a very bitter taste in his mouth. I forget all about that here in game number 2 tonight. Of course, they get the clean sweep. The Cougars, but whole day, Ben's Cross started the action at 11 on the turf. Great game against Spade. Oh my, what a throw! Couldn't get the tag down. Oh, so close. Ball beat the runner by maybe a step. Really strong throw from DeJesus. Orville DeJesus catching game number 2. Just a little high. Right on the bag, runner dead to right. But second base have loved a little bit up that sliding lane. That Clark did right on the back. Long time without getting someone in scoring position. Got someone in scoring position really early here now. As that one not as good of a throw for the Hayes. Time around third base for the Knights has to come off the bag, secure the play. Makes a really athletic play, Joey Rosa. Make the catch and apply the tag all in one motion, but swipe third. No out. Runner scoring position 90 feet away. It's a hot start for the Cougars. Back up. Ready to potentially seize that early run third. Fouled off. Staying alive. Into the hole. Nice bet play. What a throw. Got him at first. Or did he? He was safe. My goodness, it was so close. Bang, bang. Good hustle down the line. Good hustle from Manuel Augustini. He got to that ball in the hole, made the throw from the knees. It was a strike. Just not in time. An RBI infield single for the number 2 hitter Swimmer was the leadoff man in game number 1. Hit from the number 2 spot here in game number 2. Now here, Andrew Varga, left field. Hot start. Getting pop on the mitt there. My goodness. Hear that all the way from up here. Not getting the ball at the plate though. I hit back. Lost the coming around for after. Two stolen bases. There's a strong throw. Got him that time. Orville DeJesus catches the runner stealing out number 1. That is a huge first out. Takes the runner off bases. Target hit, no one on, 1 out. Catch breaking ball, but gets underneath of it. Easy catch the right fielder. You can see the ball on that ball. Beautiful breaking ball from Barton. Diego Garcia with a clean play out right field. Takes Barton 1 out away from getting out of first. Just a little bit of hurt. Perez Alfera. That's the plate now. That's the right call. That's the plate. We started to bring the hands forward. Umpire said probably should have finished. That was through the zone. Nice pitch. How about another? Parsons coming alive. Looking for strikeout number 1 today. The 0-2 pitch. Parsons trying to break one over, but missing on the inside portion of the plate. Close to the hands. Parsons trying to jam him up. Idea here on the 1-2. Expanding the zone there. On the inside plate pitch. Outside that one. Count change the name. Parsons looking for strikeout. Not finding it there. Up the middle. Manuel, the throw. In time. It's not a 1-2-3. As the Cougars do get some damage, but it could have been much worse. Strong defense, some good pitching. The Knights found their footing defensively. Bats to come alive early. Match runs. Diego Garcia, Manuel Agostini, and Joey Rosa, the 1-2-3, leading off the bottom of the first for the Knights. Connor Bailey is the DH, and he's in the 4 spot, hoping that somebody gets on, as he is feeling good about his day today. Had the walk-off for the Knights in game number 1. It was in the Chick-fil-A line in between games, getting the high fives from everyone. Saw the home run ball get delivered to him. I saw his teammates say, "Give it to your mama." What a moment for that young man. One he will never forget. Diego Garcia, the leadoff man, he was a big part of the offense for the Knights, setting the table from the leadoff spot. That right there is actually the first time the Cougars have been able to keep Garcia off the bases. He reached base safely every time in game number 1. All good things must come to an end. Garcia still having himself a very productive day at the Castle. Here's the shortstop, Manuel Agostini. Manuel tested, a couple balls hit his way already in the first. Buckles at that one just a little bit, as that one had some spin on it. Didn't spin through the zone, though. A left-handed pitcher starting this game for the Cougars. Wonder how this changes things for this Knights offense a little bit. Don't think the Cougars used the left-handed pitcher in game number 1. Vencino Cusat is the starter for the Cougars. Vencino doing a Shohei Ohtani impression as well, as he was hitting in game number 1, and now he's pitching in game number 2, much like his counterpart, Casey Parsons, for the Knights. Though at the JUCO level, just about everyone capable of doing that Ohtani impression. We still go 2 ways quite frequently down here. It's back-to-back strikeouts for Vencino to start things, as this is a potential 1-2-3 to start the bottom of the first for the Cougars. They grabbed the early momentum with a run in the top of the first, looking to hold on to it with a 0 in the bottom, as Joey Rosa has to dance away from that one, coming in on the ankles. Connor Bailey in the on-deck circle now, hoping that Rosa gets on. Both gentlemen swinging hot bats in game number 1. That was then, this is now. In baseball, the old saying, momentum only as good as today's starting pitcher. Well, that certainly is true here in game number 2. Casey Parsons took a little bit of time to find his rhythm in the top of the first, but closed the door on what could have been a big inning, and there was no chance of opening the door in the bottom of the first for the Knights. Vencino Cusat, 3 straight strikeouts, as it's 1-2-3 for the Cougars. They grabbed the early momentum. They were up 1 through the first inning of play. Casey Parsons, the starter for the Knights here today. 2 wins on the year already, making his 5th appearance, his 5th start. And he's got 1 complete game already to his name. He's gotten through 15 1/3 innings of work so far this year. Issued 9 walks, and he has gotten himself 13 strikeouts as well. So Casey Parsons, maybe not the start to the year that he was hoping for, but has certainly shown some flashes of why he is thought of as a potential ace candidate for this Knights team. Though he's going to have to do some work to catch up to Mikael Mancusa, who I think solidified himself as the ace of the rotation after his performance in game number 1. Parsons working on getting out number 1 here in the top of the 2nd. Trying to spot his boys the 0, working against the designated hitter Casey Westerberg. Casey sends that one down the line and right. And that was fair. My goodness, did that hug the line. Good throw from the right fielder. That was very close to a bang-bang play at second base as Westerberg takes 2nd on the double. Good job by Casey, designated hitter for the Frederick Cougars, staying in on that ball and turning the hips and sending that one down the line. I thought for sure that was going to be foul, but just hugging the line. A leadoff double, already up 1. Cougars are rolling right now. Big lead. There he goes at third. Orville with the throw, and it eats up Rosa at the bag just a little bit. So Rosa had to catch it on the hop, and with as much sauce as De Jesus put on that one, it took him off the bag. Easy steal of third at the end of it all. Tough break there for the Knights, as now that 2nd run of the game for the Cougars 90 feet away. Knights are being fed a little bit of their own medicine right now. Aggressive play on the bases, as Orville De Jesus maybe half an inch away from getting his 2nd caught stealing. Already threw someone out at 2nd. Very close to throwing that guy out at 3rd. Just needed to put that one right on the bag. He's got a cannon, that's for sure, and they're not afraid to test it. The Cougars, that is. Parsons showing off his cannon as he blew that one by the man at the plate. That man being Clayton Dorsey, the 2nd baseman for the Cougars. 2-2 count. Parsons breaks one over, but cannot get it to fall through the strike zone. Oh, so close. What a pitch from Parsons. What an eye by the man at the plate. I know I certainly would have swung at that and would have missed, as it's now a walk at the end of it all from Parsons. Tyson Gingrich, the right fielder for the Cougars here today, taking his spot in the left-handed batter's box with runners at the corners and no outs. Imperative that the Knights control the run game here and keep that double play ball alive. They'll trade 2 outs for a run. As you see the middle of the infield at double play depth, looking at each other, ready. And there it is, Parsons throwing over to first, trying to control the run game. I think with the cannon that Orville De Jesus has, I wouldn't be shocked if he threw down to 2nd to try and catch him. Even with the runner at 3rd. Still early enough in the game, you maybe trade an out for a run and also maybe have enough faith that you can get that ball back to the plate. The ball's always going to be able to travel faster than the runner. And there's a strike called at the plate. Speculating about what might be. We're going to watch it unfold right here as we have a big battle early in this game. Runners at the corners, no outs. Parsons keeping him at first. He's not close to getting him leaning, but just keeping him honest. The battle resumes at the plate. Parsons, there he goes, the runner. There's this throw, and it's over everybody's head. Oh, what a time for that. Orville DeJesus throwing down to second, showing off the cannon, but missing the target. And not only is the runner safe at second, it's an easy swipe of home afterwards. And that runner at third was caught there in the middle just for a second, and then he realized the ball was over everybody's head. He had to respect the gun there for a moment of DeJesus. Just not an accurate gun on that throw. So one run comes across here for Frederick. They were at the corners, and now it's just one in scoring position. And no outs. A lot of space in between second and third right now as shortstop for the Knights keeping the runner as close to second base as he can. Tyson Gingrich at the plate and in a hole. Or he was in a hole before that pitch there from Parsons missed. And Parsons gets him looking on that one. A big, huge strikeout. Timeout taken at the plate here. And now someone coming out from the dugout for Parsons. Maybe he's got a little bit of a blister on his finger or wants to change something up. I know for certain he's staying in the game. And now we know for certain the action will resume on the field. Jet Berger at the plate for the Cougars now. Berger swinging at the first one. Sending it a ways down the right field line, foul. One out in the top of the second, runner at second. Twos are hot. Oh, caught him leaning, but he could not get the transfer down at second. Oh, what could have been? Second baseman for the Knights, Jacob Severino, excuse me. Trying to get the tag down before the ball was into his glove. Nice move on the pickoff play from Parsons. And then a nice ball to the plate as Parsons breaks off a beautiful breaking ball there, but just couldn't get it to come across the plate in the zone. The inning continues. The battle continues. Berger swinging for the fences once again, but sending it foul. Both of his fouls have gone down the right field line. He is swinging from the right-handed batter's box. Let's see if he can straighten that out. And once again, missing down the right field line, but this one closer to being in play. He's closer to straightening it out, but he's also not hitting it as hard. Who's going to grab the advantage here? Parsons looking for the strikeout, trying to keep that runner right where he is. Berger does straighten it out, puts it into play. Right fielder wants it, has it. And that runner does have to stay right there at second. Garcia coming in on that ball and quickly getting that ball back into play. And there are 2 outs now in the inning. Parsons, 1 pitch away from getting in and out of the jam with just a little bit of hurt once again. I'm sure he did not want to have 2 straight innings surrendering a run, but 2 straight innings surrendering just 1 run, keeping this game manageable. Pretty good. Not great, but still pretty good. We know the Knights offense can get hot at a moment's notice. As we saw in game number 1, 10 unanswered runs by them. Parsons to the plate, misses. Will Wallace now in the batter's box for the Cougars. Wallace right back up the middle. That'll score 1. And misses the cutoff man, but nice backup job as the first baseman cuts it off and makes sure that Wallace isn't able to move over into second. 3 unanswered runs by the Cougars now. Wallace with a little 2-out magic, bringing 1 in on a rope into center field. Will Wallace was the catcher for the Cougars, and he was hitting from the number 9 spot, so it's the top of the lineup now for the Cougars. Jack Clark, 0 for so far today, as he was hit by a pitch back in the first inning and came around to score. Back up the middle, over the head of the second baseman. Diego Garcia quickly gets it in, but Clark able to go first to third as that ball hit the high grass to the outfield and died very quickly after getting over the head of Severino. Back-to-back hits surrendered by Parsons, getting out of the infield very quickly. They didn't travel very far into the outfield, but they were hit very hard. Some hard contact on the last 2 ABs for the Cougars. Now it's Cole Swimmer who's 1 for 1 already today. The 2-out magic continues as now they're at the corners. Swimmer swinging at the first pitch. That is staying in play. Severino thinks he has it. Garcia says he wants it. What a play by Diego Garcia. The Cougars flirting with a big inning. Diego Garcia says nay, nay. It's my boy's chance. The Knights will be swinging the bats when we come back. deep into right at the warning track. Bailey is hitting for power today as he's got himself a triple. What a huge start to the second for the Knights. Down 3 runs early. Connor Bailey waking up the boys. Big swing of the bat. Walk-off home run in game number 1. Triple in game number 2. Having a good day. Left matchup. Bailey thinks about 8, 7, catch. Up. Outfield. On sacrifice fly comes first. Step back. Double header. Get to play 7 innings. 7 innings double header stage. Down last 9 out. And and game. How quick that game got out of hand. 5-0 game. Had the base loaded, ready to change the game. One swing of the bat. No out, then straight strikeout. And later, Knights. It's a brand new ball game. Here comes Connor Bailey. He will score standing up on the wild pitch. The Knights take that first step on the comeback trail. Lead off trip. Connor Bailey comes around to score on a walk or on a wild pitch. At back. Less interesting maybe for big change. Approach big change. That's batter box. That pitch out on that. Nope. Inning. Pitch. Think. And that five. Down third base line. Well left. Got it up. But straight. Straight out. Catch breath after that. And it. Ready for battle. Sends one over first base side. Through the hole. Back-to-back hits for the Knights to start second. Just what the doctor ordered. Down early, making up room here. Ariel Hernandez, center fielder. Now in the batter's box. Marvin Rodriguez, left fielder. Leon Dexter. Hernandez. Count lucky stars. That bunt is out of play. Got underneath that. Bounce up the elevator shaft. Backstop and out of play. Bad by the Knights. End up hurting the Knights. That 10-0 victory.
swinging away and finding the hole in between the shortstop and the third baseman. Why put the bunt sign up? Young man can do that. 3 straight hits. Start the second for the night. Their offense come alive now. Marvin Rodriguez stepped in to the batter's box. Orville De Jesus on deck circle. 7, 8, 9. Up here. Still no out. And Knight showing the bunt. Unable to get it down. Committed fully to that one, though, so I think that'll go down as a strike. Down at the castle. 9 spring day. Say that it picked up once again. Guys talking him. They had a run right field. They were in front of yard. Wasn't in low in the opposite direction. As a beautiful bunt put down by Martinez, doing the job for his squad. Everyone moves up one. Excuse me, that was Marvin Rodriguez. Marvin Rodriguez laying down the bunt. Perfect spot. Like, up one base. Runner scoring position. Tying run at second base. Now 1 out in the inning. Throw to the plate. Here's Pickle. He's safe! Oh my goodness, they didn't get the tag down! And the runner takes second on the Pickle play. Jacob Severino. He didn't hit it hard, but he got the job done. Put it in play, and sometimes good things happen. Severino hits it over the third baseman. He comes right to the plate to try and catch the runner. The Pickle starts. Somehow the Knights bring one in. They're now just 1 run away from tying this game, and that 1 run is 90 away. Right behind him, the potential go-ahead run. Now it's the top of the lineup for the Knights. Diego Garcia comes back to the plate after striking out in the first. Like, but how quick things can turn. Connor Bailey starts off triple here in the bottom of the second. Able to score on the wild pitch, and more shenanigans, bringing home the second run for the Knights. They all count the same at the end of the day. The Knights taking the first steps on the comeback trail, looking to take a third here. Garcia stays away from that one. The umpire says, you probably won. That one comes to strike. Nice hit. Top hit. Pick up. Big battle. Garcia puts in play, foul. Out. Not being played. Thinking about the strikeout. Garcia thinking about tying it up. Strike 3 called at the plate as Garcia goes down looking. What a pitch. Zeno sat with absolute dot the inside portion of the plate. A huge strikeout. Now there are 2 outs in the bottom of the second. Game still runners scoring position. That gets away from the catcher. Here comes the run. We are tied. Here comes another one. No, he's got to get back to third. He gets back just in the nick of time. Oh, my goodness. Blink and you missed it. The Knights score on another wild pitch, but they almost run into an out. On a nice move from the backup. Or I should say the man backing up the play at third base. Almost caught Knights leaning, so to speak. Are tied at 3 now. Got 1 in the first, then 2 in the second. Knights storm back 3 here in the bottom of the second. Coming off wild pitch. Batter head. 7. Batter. Struck out. Big Garcia puts one in play and brings home that man at third. Leadoff man for the Knights coming up. Diego Garcia finds the hole in second, third. That is now 4 straight runs tonight. The inning, Connor Bailey scoring on wild pitch after the triple in right. Mario single right field. Ariel Hernandez and another single left. Marvin Rodriguez rounding out. Of course, Hernandez, Michael Mario advancing on the sacrifice bunt. There's another one that finds the hole. Garcia hustling as he goes into third safely just before the throw. Or the Hayes, the one on the fielder's choice that scored Amadio. Garcia coming up after Severino struck out. Out in the inning. Magic come alive here once again for the Knights. Garcia, England left, scoring one. Left following him. Be able to go first to third, and now the Magic finally comes to an end. 4 runs in the inning, scored by the Knights. My goodness, what a game here! Got the first 3. Knights get the next 4. Themselves up by 1.
1-run lead. One in the first, and second, and watch Knights for 4 at the bottom of the second. Probably lead that the other way. Wild scratch defense. Couple things sprinkled in there. Out of after trip, Connor Bailey starts off inning tonight, helped out in a big way by the long shot, deep left, going, and wow. Very, very close to the ball. Very, very close to the foul. Very clear to the foul as well. He got all of that though. And they hurt him just a bit. That general park up the elevator shaft time and out of the down the right field. Praying almost trying to stay alive down to the last strike. Out and found momentum tonight. Mark gets the strikeout, but will get the out. That one caught foul territory for out number. Yeah. Mark on down Raz Vera. One is third base game number 2. Oh my, what a pitch. Did not get the ball though from the umpire. That going downhill, it had so much break. And that bicep. Batter. Second hit by pitch. Rendered by Casey Parsons. They last came around. We're back first. And inning big
outfield. Garcia wants it, has it from the right field spot, and now there are 2 outs. Hit that one hard, but he hit it right up the elevator shaft. Fly ball out for the night. Westberg trying to at least move that runner over. All short. Doing so. Here's Clayton Force. Big over on the day for him. I mean, 0-0. They take clock back. Long talk. Those staff umpire right now. Saying something. On the field. First pitch, missed that bat. Out. First pitch swinging deep into the outfield. Got it. Center fielder read it beautifully there for the Knights. Out number 3. And a 0 on the board for the Knights. They keep the lead. Now a chance to build on it. Yariel Hernandez, center fielder in this game tonight, reading that one. That one denying and trailing away from him into the gap in right center. Got there just in the nick of time. Bats came alive in the second, and they stay alive here in the third. But this night, around with us to find out. Here's a familiar face, Connor Bailey, leading off this inning once again. Led off second for the Knights. Griffin came around 4 on the wild pitch. That came that close to batting around second. Leadoff man now here in the third. Bailey swinging at the first pitch and coming up a little worse for wear on the second as that one hit his foot. They can't keep that young man off the base. Third from the mound. That ground ball here. That hit by pitch. Back. No out.
by pitch, then a walk, and now here comes Shane. I believe that's been stirring. Back. No out in the inning. Runners on. No hits given up. Hit by pitch, then a walk. That's the end. See a new pitch game resumed. Down. Certainly not out. After the game and spot. Down one. Man on the mound job. That tell you all about it. Daniel Jekowicz is pitching now for the Cougars. Let's make fifth appearance of the year. All of them out of the bullpen. Got through 5 innings of work. Got 7 strikeouts. 5 spot. And maybe big spot season so far for him. They're trying to get the split with the Knights in game number 2, and they're back up right now. They were up 3 at the start of the second, or at the start, bottom of the second. 4 runs, bottom of the second. The Knights 1-run lead. They still have right now. Threatening to build that lead as they have runner in scoring position. Runner right behind him at first. First, second, no outs. Big inning once again here for the Knights. Haley answers around second. There's a bunt right down the first base line. Perfect bunt as everyone moves up one. Ariel Hernandez, center fielder for the Knights, doing exactly what the coaching staff asked of him. Trading 1 out for 2 runners now in scoring position. Now the Knights break this game open just a little bit. Time called. Steps off. Action now ready here. Bottom third, Marvin Rodriguez at the plate. Rodriguez. He can really send one for a ride. He can really send it for a ride. Speculation is going to happen for sure. Here's a big pitch. One out. Runners in scoring position. Good trap there from the catcher. That had pass ball written all over it. Still it didn't. Moment grows bigger. Rodriguez looking to swing away. Pitch. Swing back up the middle. Going to be a tough play for the second baseman. Throwing across his body in time, but a run scores. Wow, what a play defensively. Up the middle. Clayton Dorsey staying with it, watching it into his glove, and then throwing across his body just in the nick of time. 1 out, 1 run. We'll live with that math. The game still manageable. Knights looking for a 2-out rally now as another run 90 feet away. That's the bottom portion of the strike zone there. Nice pitch. For the Jesus at the plate. Trying to start this 2-out rally. Start 2-out magic. Create a little bit more distance the Knights and the Cougars. They're in the rear mirror, but they're right there on the bumper. And Orville trying to send that one back up the middle and tinking that one off the bat. Another big hit inning. 2 out, runner at third. The Hastings at the plate, staying away from that one. Good trap job from the catcher. Once again, the Cougars avoiding the pass ball. 2 runners came around to score in the second on wild pitches. Coaching staff, I'm sure, has seen enough of that. Pitch. De Jesus over to the second baseman. Much easier play this time around for Clayton. That's out number 3. Damage done once again by the Knights as it's now 5-3. 3 innings to play. Arrived sandwich inning. Knights enjoying nice little lead. Time for you. Boy, nice. doing the pitching for the Knights. First pitch swinging for the Cougars in the fourth. Reaching base safely. Start the action, and that is just what the doctor ordered if you're a Cougars player, coach, or fan. As they find themselves down 2. Parsons coming to the plate with another one. Much better this time around, as practically an unhittable pitch there. Breaks one through the strike zone on the far side of the plate. Beauty of a pitch. Here's another from Parsons. This one down the line into the left field area, but foul on the wrong side of the third baseline. 0-2 hole as we see some warm-up action once again in the bullpen for the Knights. That one sent for a ride. Left fielder is there in time, makes the catch. Rodriguez, or excuse me, yes, that one was Rodriguez bringing in the catch over there in left field. Read that well. Another one where it's right there into the hole and trailing away from the left fielder. One of those plays where it looks routine, but got to catch it off the bat perfectly. Make sure that first step is in the right direction. Parsons still dealing with that runner at first base, but now potentially looking at an inning-ending double play. You see Parsons missing low there, as he's definitely trying to keep that ball low and induce that ground ball. Here's the pitch. Parsons again missing low. As the middle of the infield, that double play depth. Now Parsons trying to avoid issuing the walk. And he just misses on that one. Parsons can't believe it. That was oh so close to the inside portion of the strike zone. A walk issued by Parsons, and I think that is all she wrote for him today, as those 2 runs will be his, so to speak. But there will be runners for someone else to deal with on the mound, as Parsons hears the round of applause from his teammates and the fans here at the Castle. Good day here from Casey Parsons. Maybe not one of his days that he had the absolute best stuff, but he put his team in a position to get the win. And that's what matters most. The Knights are in a position to be getting the sweep of the Frederick Cougars, but they need the bullpen to step up big. Taking over the pitching now for the Knights is number 23, Drew Rommel. Drew has a 1-2 record on the season, and he is making his 4th appearance of the year, the first appearance out of the bullpen. Rommel's gotten through 10 innings of work so far this year. And if he can hold off the walks, he is a force to be reckoned with. And that is the job here for Rommel now as he takes over with a win in sight for this Knights team. There's one looking to go for first to the second. Could not get it over there in time as he ran well down the first base line and beat it out just in the nick of time. They're at the corners now. And Rommel's work gets a little bit more interesting. Gets a little bit more interesting with the runners at the corners for Rommel, but one pitch away from getting out of the jam as Rommel throws a little bit of a frisbee into the left-handed batter's box. Rommel one pitch away from getting out of the jam as the Knights have 2 outs. Already secured, now a throw down, Orville. In time! What a throw from Orville DeJesus! His 2nd caught stealing of the game. What a huge play for the Knights. My goodness. Blink and you missed it. The Cougars had runners at the corners, and Orville DeJesus says, not up in here, as he throws the man out at second. And the Knights still with a 2-run lead. Big spot in the game here for the Knights. 2-run lead in the bottom of the 4th, trying to build on it. Severino sends one into the hole in between 2nd and 3rd, and he beats that one out easily for the infield hit. That was a ground ball with eyes. Would have taken an absolute perfect throw from the shortstop. Severino probably still would have beaten that one out as well, as he runs very well down the line. Severino getting himself over to first, tossing the baton down to his man, Diego Garcia. Severino hitting from the 9 spot, so now it's the top of the lineup here for the Knights as they really try and break this game open. Garcia swinging away. Cougars grab 1 run in the 1st and then 2 in the 2nd And then in the bottom of the second, the Knights scored 4 to get themselves up 1, and then one more for good housekeeping in the third. Now looking for a few more here in the fourth, just for fun. Garcia staying away from that one, as that was low, but very, very close to the strike zone. Good eye from Garcia. All day long, Garcia has been showing why the coaching staff trusts him in that leadoff spot. Walks in the first, as we see a throw down to second on the wrong side of the bag. So Severino takes second easily. Garcia had a couple of walks in game number 1 and then a big RBI double, and now here in game number 2. Had a strikeout in his first at-bat and then turned that around with a big AB in his second. A big part of that big second inning for the Knights, as he and Augustini had back-to-back singles from the 1 and 2 spot in the lineup. The Knights offense came alive. They came alive in a big way. And Garcia swinging and going down on that one. Down but not out. Garcia still with a strike to work with. He was fooled on that last pitch. Can they fool him again? And time called, and the ball issued. It was a payoff pitch situation, and Cougars sideline arguing with the call, as I'm not sure if that was a balk or the eye contact rule that's new here at the JUCO level, where the pitcher and batter have to make eye contact at a certain point in the pitch clock. Either one, when called by the umpire, the balk or the eye contact violation, is a ball issued. And in a full count like that, that ball, well, take your base, sir. Back-to-back batters reaching base safely for the Knights. Severino on the single and Garcia with the walk, and that is all she wrote for that man's day, as the Cougars coaching staff going to the bullpen for the second time today, as they're looking to keep hope alive in the sandwich inning. The bottom of the fourth. Well, it will continue when we come back, but it'll continue with a new pitcher. Doing the pitching now for the Frederick Cougars is Isaac Devine. Isaac is making his third appearance of the year, all of them out of the bullpen. And he's gotten through 3 2/3 of work so far. And the issue for Isaac this year has been the walks. 7 walks issued already this year. And he needs to find the strike zone for his team. He's got to field his position now, and he slips coming off the mound, and that is a perfectly placed bunt by Augustini. Manuel Augustini says, let's all move up one. Garcia now at second, Severino at third. Augustini takes first on what should have been a sacrifice bunt, but ends up being a bunt single. The bases are loaded with no outs. Down the third base line, foul. Joey Rosa at the plate now, sending one right back up the middle. That one touches the outfield. 1 run scores. Now a second. Augustini has to hold at second. But Joey Rosa has 2 RBIs on the single. Four-run lead now for the Cougars, or excuse me, for the Knights on the Cougars. And now it is a man who is swinging a Paul Bunyan level stick right now. Connor Bailey. Home run in game number 1, a triple in game number 2. I'm sure he's got a single somewhere in there, so all he needs is the double for the on the day for the cycle. That's not an official stat, but hats off to him. Means he had a good day at the office, that's for sure. The wind picking up here, setting the stage for a big AB. Bailey trying to send that one to the moon. Instead, it touches the outfield grass, but he didn't send that one very far. Trying to send it to the moon and instead just barely leaving the infield. Got underneath of that one, well up into the elevator shaft. Pop fly for Connor Bailey. And now there is 1 out in the inning. So that catch from the center fielder for the Frederick Cougars comes a little sigh of relief. As they're down 4 runs right now. And they are running out of time. As this is the sandwich inning. Remember, fans at home, you guys only watching 7 innings of ball here today. We got through 6 in game number 1 because of the mercy rule. With the doubleheader rules, these two teams only scheduled to play 7 innings. So when the Cougars take the bats once again, they'll be down to their last 9 outs and already down 4 runs. Could potentially be more, as the Knights are certainly searching for more. Swinging away at that, and you saw the swing was late. I think Michael Amadio, just trying to stay alive on that. Probably too close to take. Fouls it off. Here's a second look, and Michael certainly going to stay away from that one. Nowhere near the zone. Michael standing in the left-handed batter's box, and he watched that one fly through the right-handed batter's box. Lefty-lefty matchup here. And that one gets away from the catcher. Everyone moves up 1. And now Michael can score those runs a few more different ways. His at-bat got a lot more interesting on that pass ball. He was hitting with just 1 run in scoring position, now 2. And now with one of those runs just 90 feet away, a sacrifice fly, pretty good work for him. Of course, he wants a hit, just like everyone does. That one sent for a ride into center field. He will live with that sacrifice fly as Augustini scores easily from third. 2 outs now on the sac fly from Michael Amadio. RBI sac fly. Three runs scored in the inning by the Knights, as now it's Hernandez. Yariel Hernandez, center fielder in game number 2, stepping into the batter's box. Looking to continue this momentum that the Knights have grabbed since the bottom of the second. It just continues to get bigger and bigger. And Hernandez buckles the knees just a little bit on that one. That was a nice pitch. You heard the pop on the mitt. More of that, please and thank you. At least that's what the catcher behind the plate is saying for the Cougars. Hernandez would probably like to see something a little different. He liked what he saw there as he got a piece of it, but couldn't straighten it out. Here's another one to the plate. Hernandez caught on the half swing there, as it's a called strike at the plate. Hernandez down to his last strike. 2 outs in the inning. 3 runs have already come across. Knights looking for more, though. They're greedy like that. And Hernandez stays away from that one. Excuse me, good job by the catcher there for the Cougars to trap that one. Payoff pitch here. And Hernandez will take his base high and outside. Hernandez stayed engaged there. Battled till the very end, earned his walk. Saw a lot of pitches, fouled off some tough ones. And now it's first and second with 2 outs for Rodriguez. The number 7 hitter in the Knights lineup today. And Rodriguez wears one off the thigh. Bases are loaded for the second time in this inning. And the Knights are 1 batter away from batting around as DeJesus, the number 8 hitter, now steps in to the batter's box. And Severino, who had an infield hit to lead off this inning, is in the batter's box. Or excuse me, is in the on-deck circle. Orville DeJesus. Catcher in game number 2 here for the Knights, and he has done a great job catching behind the plate. One of the famous Wright brothers, the inventors of the airplanes, was an Orville Wright. And Orville DeJesus behind the plate, well, he said no fly zone. That's what this is. No one is going into second base on his watch. He has thrown 2 guys out at second base today. Two outs in the 4th. Bases loaded for the second time. DeJesus staying away from the junk. Well out of the zone, up and over everybody's head. Five-run lead now for the Knights. Could potentially start to think about the mercy rule if Orville DeJesus comes up big for his squad with one swing of the bat. Doesn't even have to score everybody, just one or two. Could have us thinking about it. As this game is certainly taking a turn for the Knights. Feels like days ago that it was a 3-0 lead for the Cougars. The wheels fell off the bus for them relatively quickly, excuse me. Easy for me to say. Easy for the Knights to do. As DeJesus leaning in on that one, and that's a strike, says the umpire. I think the take sign was on there for Orville DeJesus. Here comes another pitch. Desperately trying not to issue the walk. DeJesus sends it right back up the middle. That'll score one. How about two? As they send the runner. 2 RBI single for the catcher. And the Knights have officially batted around in the inning. Severino, the number 9 hitter, back in the batter's box. Infield hit, came around to score the first run of the inning. And now he's thinking about driving in a run. What a day. Scoring a run in the inning and then maybe getting an RBI later. 7-run lead now for the Knights as Severino looking to send that one into the parking lot. Severino waits for the next pitch. Finally sees it. Stays alive on that one. Runners at the corners with 2 outs. Long time in between pitches for the Knights pitching staff. I wonder who will be taking over pitching when we come back, as we see timeout called from right field. And a ball got away from the bullpen area of the Knights, came into play. Heads up move there from the right fielder, catching that one. And now the action will resume on the field. Swinging and missing at that one as Severino chases the high cheese. Damage done. Game changed in a big way as the Knights firmly in control of this one. Maybe looking to end it early once again. Swimmer leading off this inning for the Cougars, which means it's 2, 3, 4 due up for the Cougars, and we will quickly see 3 as 2 is hit by pitch almost immediately. Go over some defensive changes for the Knights. Rivera now at shortstop. Guzman now in left field. And we have Diaz at second base. And Varga now taking over in the batter's box. 7-run lead for the Knights. Trying on the pick play, coming very close. Probably a little too close for comfort if you're a Cougars player, coach, or fan. These Cougars are down to their final 9 outs and in a big hole right now. Down 7 runs. And with the Knights scoring runs the way they are, could be a potential mercy rule situation once again. Remember, 10-run lead at the end of 5 innings is a victory for that team. That's why the Knights were able to finish game number 1 in 6 innings once Bailey hit the home run and brought it, to a 10-run lead. Mercy rule walk-off is what we call that here. As Orville, the throw. Number 3! Orville de Jesus is having himself a day behind the plate. Do not run on the gun of Orville de Jesus. It is a no-fly zone here. 5 total throwouts from the catchers here today for the Knights. 3 from Orville de Jesus here in game number 2, and then 2 from Gabriel Vargas in game number 1. And Varga gets the K 1 pitch later. His man behind the dish is able to erase that hit by pitch. And then he finishes the job. Rommel with a beautiful pitch. And that was time called by the umpire. He did not call for the restart. So I think that pitch does not count. Now Farah stepping into the batter's box now as Westerberg is in the on-deck circle. Cougars down to their final 7 outs. And another hit by pitch. That's going to happen when you come to the plate with that sidearm delivery like that and you come into the inside portion of the zone. You're going to have to really make sure you spin that ball away from the batter, especially the right-handed batters like that. And on a windy day like this, it's just going to be tough to cut that ball the way he needs to. Tough break there for the Knights pitcher, who is having a good day outside of that. Drew Rommel came in relief. He's done a good job shutting the door on the Cougars. The win will go to Casey Parsons if everything stays the same, as we see a nice ball finding the hole in between second and third. Good diving effort there from Joey Rosa, trying to keep it in the infield, but just a hair out in front of his glove. Everyone moves up 1, and with 2 outs now in the inning, the Cougars are trying to make up a little bit of ground. A long time without a run for their side, a long time without some 2-out magic. Can they find some here? There's Westberg with the single. Tosses it down to Dorsey. Runners at first and second. number 6 hitter for the Cougars. Dorsey, first pitch swinging in and out of the glove of Rosa, excuse me. Oh, so close to taking one away as Rosa climbed the tippy top of the ladder, got his glove on it, but it popped right back out. Be interesting to see how they score that one officially. This inning has taken a turn for the Cougars here. A hit by pitch, a single. I'm not sure what the official score on that one is. What we know for sure is Dorsey reached base safely on a ball that popped in and out of the glove of Rosa. Gingenrich at the plate trying to start a little 2-out rally for the Cougars. Backs firmly pressed up against the wall, as not only are they down to their final 7 outs, they need to make sure the Knights don't score 3 more runs. Rommel comes to the plate with one and just misses on the outside. He's trying to keep that ball on the outside portion of the plate as he has this lefty-righty matchup with Gingenrich. Gingenrich, of course, thinking about changing this game with one swing of the bat. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Top of the 5th in a big spot here. Cougars swinging and missing at that one as Rommel gets a big strike. Dugout's going to come alive on the next pitch if Rommel can get the strikeout. Down the line in left, fair. Cougars are sending everybody. 1 run scores. Here's a second. And now a third. Bases clearing double. What a battle there from Gingenrich at the plate, staying engaged with Rommel all the way through and getting the best of him. 3 RBIs on 1 swing of the bat, and we have a brand new ball game here. Oh my goodness, blink and you missed it. The inning is over. Berger is at the plate for the Cougars, and he will stay at the plate when we come back. My goodness, the trickery from the Knights on display. A huge spot in the game, though, for the Cougars as they score 3. Keep this game in a somewhat manageable spot. Yeah. Pitching now for the Cougars is number 39, Ethan Hall. Ethan is making his 4th appearance on the season. All of them out of the bullpen. Has a record of 2-1. He's gotten through 4 innings. He's given up 11 hits on the year. And the walks have been somewhat of an issue. 6 walks and 5 strikeouts. So the strikeout per walk number, not exactly where Ethan Hall wants it to be. Most important number is 10-6 on the big board right now, as the Cougars took a big step on the comeback trail in the top of the 5th, scoring 3 runs, keeping the mercy rule at bay, at least for now. As now it is the leadoff man in this game for the Knights, leading off the bottom of the 5th. It is Diego Garcia at the plate. As the Knights batted around in the bottom of the 4th, Severino was the leadoff man in that inning and then made the final out as well. As Garcia takes first base. Another hit by pitch. Rivera took over at shortstop for Augustini. He's getting his first swings of the bat in right now, as he came in as a defensive substitution in the top of the 5th. Looking for something he can elevate, as he wants to avoid that double play. That one was high, but out of the zone. Rivera, I'm sure, would love another pitch right there. But in the strike zone, if it's high, let it fly. Can Rivera fly one into the outfield? Oh, he sends one through the infield on a hard hit ball. Garcia has to put the brakes on quickly, as that ball is thrown back into the infield with a hurry. But Rivera, in his first at-bat, gets a single. And the Knights are looking to grab those runs right back. No outs in the bottom of the 5th. First 2 at-bats going the way of the Knights. A hit by pitch to Garcia and then a single to Rivera. And here comes Rosa, already with 2 RBIs on the day. Rosa watches one out of the zone. That was another if it's high, let it fly situation. Joey Rosa would love another pitch just like that in the strike zone. Please and thank you. And there's the throw to third in time. Oh no, he's off the bag. Here comes Garcia to the plate. It's a pickle. Garcia, he got back in time as the third baseman didn't have the ball. Oh my goodness, what a play. Blink and you missed it. Garcia was dead to rights, but hustle will get you mighty far in life. And Garcia hustled his way back to third. Oh my goodness, what a game. What a day for Diego Garcia from the leadoff spot. And now we've got a meeting of the minds on the field as the umpire talking things over with the manager for Frederick. He is none too pleased with what he's seen, but I got to be honest with you, I don't know what he's arguing. The third baseman didn't have the ball. I mean, unless he's saying Garcia is out of the base path, I simply don't understand what could be gained here. We're back to the action on the field is all we know for certain, and that's exactly where it should be. Sent high, deep,
Into foul territory, in play, but not caught by the third baseman. That's a head scratcher of a moment right there. Simply really not going after the ball with his full potential. What could have been moment. That's another look at the that's a few more pitches to look at for Joey Rosa maybe. All he needs is one more. And he will see at least one more as he stays away from the junk, well out of the zone there. No outs, runners at second and third. Joey Rosa sees the pitch, sends it down the line. 1 run scores. Here comes another. Rosa's looking to take third. Back-to-back 2 RBI hits for Joey Rosa. He had a 2 RBI single in his last at-bat. Now he's got 2 RBIs on the double. Cougars grabbed 3 runs in the top of the 5th. The Knights get 2 of them right back. My goodness, what a game here for the Knights. What a game for Joey Rosa, as he's got 4 RBIs today. And now the score runs to 12-6. The mercy rule right back into play now, as the Knights 1 run away from getting those 3 runs right back. And remember, fans, they were 3 runs away from getting into the mercy rule before the Cougars scored those 3. So technically speaking, the Knights are 4 runs away from getting in the victory here, as that one is sent for a ride deep to center, but not deep enough. But Rosa will tag up and take third, as Bailey sends that one for a ride. He was thinking about home run number 2 today, but the center fielder had other ideas. Fly out for Bailey. He does advance the runner, and here comes Michael Amadio. Had an RBI sac fly in his last AB. He could do it again here. Michael staying away from the junk on the outside portion of the plate. Yariel Hernandez, the center fielder, in the on-deck circle right now for the Knights, as the clouds are starting to take shape here at the castle. The sun going away, at least for a little bit. Matching what kind of day it's been for the visitors today. Cougars came into the castle looking for a fight with one of their biggest rivals, one of their division rivals, and the Knights have just been out punching them all day long. It's been an excellent day of sports action here at the castle at CCBC Essex. Men's lacrosse pulling off the upset victory over DuPage. Now the Knights, a couple outs or maybe even a couple of runs away from getting the sweep of the Frederick Cougars, as that one sent for a ride deep to left. Here comes the throw to the plate. Oh no, what a rope of a throw from the left fielder. And Rosa has to stay right where he was at third. Amadio sent it for a ride, but not deep enough to score the run. Back-to-back flyouts brings Yariel Hernandez to the plate in the bottom of the 5th. Hernandez needs to put one in play if he wants to score Rosa from third. And Hernandez stays away from one that was oh so close to touching the top of the strike zone. But as my dad used to say, close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. We're playing neither of those today.
My goodness, same pitch, same spot, same call from the umpire. Hats off to him. How many times do you see that not go that way in the big boys? A good eye from Hernandez as he stays away from 3 pitches that are just on the outside portion of the plate. He's missed high on all 3 pitches in this AB. He comes high again, but this time he clips the strike zone. The get me over pitch gets him over and moves the 3-1. Hernandez, I'm sure, not going to have the take sign on this time around. Ariel watches that one go through as he comes in on the inside portion of the plate. What a job of battling back. It was a 3-0 advantage for Hernandez. And now it's a payoff pitch, 3-2 pitch. Yariel sends it into right. Going to be a tough play, but the second baseman calls off the right fielder and makes the catch. 2 runs come around to score for the Knights. Damage done. Cougars down, but not out just yet. Pitching now for the Knights is number 16, Yadier Enrique Lopez. Yadier is making his 5th appearance of the year. He started 3 games this year for the Knights, and he's gotten through 10 2/3 of work. The walks have been somewhat of an issue as he's issued 16 free passes, but he's also gotten 10 strikeouts so far this year. So let's see what kind of day we have for Yadier today, as he is trying to put a 0 on the board. Potential mercy rule reinstated there, as Cougars got 3 runs in the top of the 5th that we thought would erase that mercy rule potential in game number 2, and then the Knights got 2 of those runs right back. Reintroduce the potential mercy rule win, as the Knights will take the win however they can get it, as they are looking to get the clean sweep of the Frederick Cougars today one of their fiercest rivals at this level. Yadier, a tough start to things as he was working against Berger, the number 8 hitter. It's a walk issued to Berger. And now it's Wallace, the number 9 hitter, ready to toss the baton down to the start of the lineup. As the Cougars desperately trying to keep hope alive. 12-6 is our score right now. A high-scoring game after a 10-0 win for the Knights in game number 1. Game number 2, very exciting as the two teams trading just about everything, but Knights getting the better end of those trades. The sun really starting to set on this day here at the Castle. Still a beautiful afternoon. But afternoon is turning to evening. And now a timeout. And that was a mighty short leash for Yadier. Coach saw something he wasn't pleased with as he took his man out and goes to the bullpen once again. And we're going to take a break with the two teams. We'll be back after this short break and tell you all about the new pitcher for the Knights. And we are back ready to finish the action here as we have another new pitcher out there for the Knights. Now it is Kyle Reinman. Kyle is making his 3rd appearance of the season. He's gotten through 2 1/3 so far this year. Let's see what we have in store for Kyle as he issues the walk, but 3 of those balls were given to him by somebody else. So it's now 2 straight walks by the Knights. No outs in the inning. And now the top of the lineup for the Cougars is at the plate. Berger and Wallace were the 8-9 hitters. So now it's Clark and then Swimmer. In a game that could potentially be taking another turn in the direction of the Frederick Cougars. Here's the pitch to the plate. And my goodness, what a pitch that was. Clipping the outside portion of the strike zone and keeping it low, too. Virtually unhittable pitch. Unless you're sitting on something with speed low and outside, it is tough to catch up to that one. And you see more of the same as he dots the outside once again. This time the hand started to come forward, but he realized he couldn't catch up to it.
No chance. What a pitch. Looking to shut the door, get a big, huge first out with the ball not being put in play. Those 2 walks surrendered by the Knights pitching staff, potentially the 2 runs that they got right back in the bottom of the 5th. Cougars trying to snatch them right back. And Kyle will step off. He wants to do it again. He's still just 1 pitch away from the strikeout. And out with the ball not being put in play is exactly what he wants. And he won't get it on that one as Clark just got a piece of it. About as close as you can get to the strikeout as Clark underneath of it, but just tinking the ball, sending it foul. Next best thing to the strikeout is the 2-for-1 special. Though he'd like that on the next batter if possible. Of course, beggars can't be choosers. He'll take it whenever he can get it. Clark hoping for something he can put in play as he's fouled the last 2 pitches off, just barely. Here's another one. That one put in play. Yariel gets it as he read that one beautifully off the bat. Out number 1. Line out to the center fielder. Here's Swimmer. He was hit by a pitch and then caught stealing in his last at-bat. Comes up now with a runner in scoring position and then another one right behind him at first base. Remember, 3 different Cougars players have been thrown out stealing in game number 2. And with the game being where it is, a 6-run game, how crucial are those 3 caught stealing chances? This game could certainly be a lot different if it wasn't for the gun behind the plate of Orville DeJesus. Knights trying to flash a little leather here on a potential inning-ending double play. They've got options. The entire infield at double play depth, ready to go wherever the option presents itself. And that one's into the hole in between second and third. Nice piece of hitting. He sends the runner, and the throw is not on target to the cutoff man, so there will be no throw it to the plate. An RBI single for Schwimmer. Cougars get one of those runs right back. Casting more doubt on the likelihood of a potential mercy rule situation in this game. Looks like we're going to go the full 7 here in game number 2. Question is the Cougars going to make it competitive? They're trying to, at least, and now now I understand. Orville DeJesus wants to switch gloves. Maybe a hole in his catching glove. It'd be mighty hard to keep the ball in front of him if he's got a hole in his glove, so they'll switch gloves with the bullpen catcher. And now we are back to the action on the field. Runners at first and second. Once again, 1 out. And 1 run has come across the score for the Cougars. Varga is at the plate. He gets a piece of that one. He's in the 0-1 hole. Alfera in the on-deck circle for the Cougars, at least right now, though I'm sure they'll be going to the lineup card sooner than later. Leave no stone unturned, I should say. Infield at double play depth once again. They've got options.
with the runners at first and second and one out. And he could not find the break on that ball. Varga digs back into the batter's box, ready to continue the battle. And now a timeout taken at the plate. Orville DeJesus wants to talk things over with his pitcher. Here comes the umpire to break up the powwow. The action will resume on the diamond. I want to thank you guys at home for joining us all afternoon long. What a fun afternoon of baseball action it's been here at the Diamond. Hope you can join us live here at the Castle at some point this season. If you can't, you can always join us live on YouTube. You're home for all of the night's home games, no matter where we are. That one sent into the outfield. Garcia catches it on the back step. Runners move up, or at least one of them does. Now they're at the corners with 2 outs as Garcia makes the catch and quickly gets that ball back into the infield. With that ball in between right field and center field, I think the runner at first base decided not to run into a potential inning ending out at second and just stay right where he was at first. Probably a good idea, as now Alfera is in the batter's box for the Cougars. The runners are at the corners with 2 outs. Cougars have scored 1 run, looking for more in the 6th inning. Down to their last 4 outs. 1 more to work with in this 6th inning, and then their last 3 in the 7th. Shortstop playing in towards second base, and that one sent for a ride. Going. Foul. My goodness. Oh, so close to being a big home run for the Cougars. What could have been, what might still be, as you get a piece of one like that, you got to be feeling confident. Even though he'd rather be walking around the bases instead of walking back into the batter's box. Oh, so close, though. Alfera. Can he get a little closer? 2 outs. Here's the next pitch. Bounces to the plate, and Orville DeJesus just daring the runner. Please go. Make my day. Kyle Reinman in a battle here, trying to get the best of the man at the plate. Missing on that one, as once again Kyle unable to find the break on that one. 3 walks issued by this night's pitching staff in the 6th inning. And here's Westerberg. And it is going to be another meeting of the minds on the mound. This one, I think, will just be, oh no, I think he's making the switch. Here comes the action from the bullpen. And we've got another pitcher coming into the game for the Knights. We'll tell you all about him when we come back. Pitching now for the Knights is number 1, Joseph Cucurello. Joseph is making his 6th appearance on the year, and he has been a short work man for this Knights team. Only 6 2/3 innings of work so far this year, but they have been solid innings of work. 9 strikeouts already this season. 9 strikeouts over 6 innings. You'll live with that math. Joseph comes into the game in a big spot as the Knights are in front right now and trying to keep it that way as the Cougars are building a little bit of momentum for themselves. And the coaching staff for the Knights, none too pleased. Bases loaded. And a big thanks to the walks. 3 walks issued by this Knights team already in this inning, as the Cougars have come around to score 1, and they are threatening to score a few more as the bases are loaded, but 2 outs are already secured by this Knights defense. Can they get 1 more? Bottom of the 6th, just 1 pitch away. Cucurello finding it on that pitch. A big strikeout as Westberg goes down looking. A beauty of a pitch. A beauty of a day at the diamond for this Knights team. They're taking a big lead into the bottom of the 6th. Out of the bullpen and into the game, pitching now for the Frederick Cougars is number 6, Garrett Smith. It is his job to keep hope alive, and in order to do that, Garrett Smith needs his best appearance so far of the year. You look through his numbers, well, not too good so far. 3 appearances. He's only gotten through 3 2/3 innings of work, and he has surrendered 9 runs on 5 hits, and 8 of those 9 runs were earned runs. So Garrett Smith, not the start to the season that he was hoping for, but no better time than right now to turn that around as the Cougars down to their last 3 outs and in desperate need of a 0 as Guzman is at the plate now. Lauren Guzman, 3-run home run in game number 1, came in as a defensive sub in game number 2, swinging the bat for the first time, and he is feeling good. Single there for Guzman. Orville De Jesus comes in to the batter's box now, and then Diaz is in the on-deck circle. Another defensive substitute for this night's team, looking to get his first swings in. Orville De Jesus has been all about that defense here today. He's thrown 3 different runners out. He's also got 2 RBIs and a single. Orville De Jesus, maybe the man of the match so far today in game number 2. De Jesus looking to fire up the bat there, but couldn't get it off his shoulders. Maybe fooled just a little bit, or maybe he had the take sign on. Who knows? Called strike from the umpire. Now here comes De Jesus showing bunt, laying off that one as it was well outside. Sun starting to set here at the Castle as the wind slowing down just a little bit, but it's a little bit colder now. Not chilly, but we're certainly coming to the end of this game and the end of our day here at the Castle. Orville De Jesus walking back to the batter's boxes. I think that ball hit him, but since he was shown there for bunt and he was all the way around, he doesn't get credit for the hit by pitch. Instead, it's a strike. Tough to see exactly from my angle, but we know the at-bat continues, and here goes the runner, Orville De Jesus, sending one deep to left, but not deep enough, as Lauren Guzman has to run back to first base. You could see the hit and run was on, but it didn't work out for the Knights. Fly out for De Jesus, and when that one first came off the bat, I thought De Jesus had sent that one packing. Didn't get enough of it, I should say. Got under it too much, and here comes Diaz. Swinging the stick for the first time. And there goes Lauren Guzman, hit and run on once again. And Diaz sends it to the wrong side of the bag. Yahil Diaz, number 19. A true defensive substitution here for this Knights team as he's batting .125 on the season coming into this one. But of course, no better time than right now to get your first big hit of the year. They always say all good things must come to an end. Well, bad things must come to an end as well. Diaz could turn his season around swinging the bat with one swing of the bat right here, right now. Let's reverse that trend. That's what Diaz is telling himself. Now he's telling himself to stay engaged as he's down on strikes. Guzman still at first base. Smith controlling the run game right now for the Cougars as Guzman looking to turn on the Jets. Of course, with 2 strikes, he's running on contact. Here's another one for Diaz, looking to stay alive. Smith has other ideas. Who's going to come out on top? Here's the pitch, the swing, back to the second baseman. 1, 2, an inning-ending double play for the Cougars, as they will play with their last 3 outs when we come back for the top of the 7th. Top of the 7th starts here for the Cougars, 12-7 game. And they have a lot of ground to make up here if they want to keep hope alive. Dorsey, Gingrich, and Berger. 6, 7, 8 due up for the Cougars. At least that's what we have. 6, 7, 8 listed as right now on our lineup. I'm sure the dugout and the coaching staff going to be throwing everything at the wall for the Cougars, trying to keep hope alive. Down to their last 3 outs. Down 12-7 on the big board. They need to score 5 runs to keep hope alive. They scored 3 runs in the first 2 innings and held in check for the most part outside of that. Playing a little bit of catch up here and there whenever they can. Keeping hope alive, keeping their chances alive. Trying to get the split with the Knights here today, but the Knights are a juggernaut right now. Coming into our doubleheader today, the Knights came in to these 2 games, 12-6 on the year. Cougars 13-7. And the Knights improving to 13-6 with the game 1 victory, 3 outs away from improving to 14-6 with the game 2 victory. And this matchup between the Cougars and the Knights, always a big one. Has region and conference playoff implications, as these 2 teams, more years than not, square up in the playoffs as well. This season potentially no different, as Garcia running out of real estate on the far sideline. The at-bat continues for Dorsey, who reached on an error in his last at-bat. It was a rope down the third base line that was in and out of the glove of Joey Rosa. Here comes Dorsey, seeing another. Staying alive on another. And that one was loud off of the bat of Dorsey. He's close to straightening that out. Can he get close to straightening that out? That's the question. Another one to Dorsey. This one over to Rosa, but foul. As Dorsey is spraying them all over the field. Desperately trying to stay alive. Desperately trying to keep hope alive. As the Cougars down to their final 3 outs in the top of the 7th. To the plate with another one. Cannot get the call from the umpire as that's a walk issued by Joseph Cucurello. Oh, so close. You could see the break on that one all the way from over here. Cucurello couldn't get it to break over the plate, though. Four walks issued by this Knights pitching staff over the last 2 innings. Really keeping hope alive for this Cougars team. Gingrich swinging at the first one. He had a bases clearing RBI double. Bases were loaded and he brought them all home. 3 RBIs on 1 swing of the bat. He can't do that right here, but he could certainly change the game with 1 swing of the bat. Cucurello asks for a new ball, and the umpire gives it right to him. As the action resumes, Cucurello to the plate. Just misses on the outside there. Could hear the moans and groans from the Knights players on that one. That was oh so close. Just a little outside, says the ump. Cucurello misses that one as well, but you saw the hands start to come forward. Gingrich eager to swing at one. And Cucurello give him a chance to swing at one as he's missed the zone. Looking to come back into the zone here. First, trying to keep control of the run game. I think he has to worry about that very much as down to their last 3 outs. There's no way Frederick can run into an out on the bases. They need to play smart. And they need a miracle here at the top of the 7th. Cucurello to the plate, bounces one, and now he's in danger of losing another one. Issued a walk to Dorsey, trying not to do the same thing to Gingrich. And Gingrich sends that one down the line. Foul. That one got out of here in a hurry, though. Here's a big payoff pitch now as the count's full. And out with the ball not being put in play will be huge for Cucurello, and he gets just that, a huge strikeout. As now it's a potential game-ending double play for the Knights. Dorsey at first, and here comes Berger to the plate. Cucurello thinking about the 2-for-1 special. Diaz, the defender for the Knights at second base, calling out the play not only for his infield, but the outfield as well, letting them know that Berger's got some power, be aware, but also pointing over to his man next to him at shortstop, I'm sure saying, let's finish this. 1 out. Runner at first. Cucurello misses on that one, and you can see he was none too pleased with the call. Just missed that low portion of the zone. Cucurello issued the walk to Dorsey, then earned that strikeout on Gingrich. Looking for a game-ending double play on Berger. Here's the pitch, and misses that one for sure, and Orville de Jesus couple words with his pitcher afterwards. I think just letting him know, calm down. We got this. This is our game. We can't win it on one pitch. Those words of encouragement, exactly what Cucurella needed to hear as he comes back with a beauty of a pitch. Can he do it again? He cannot, as he brushes him off the plate just a little bit, but issues another walk. Game-ending double play, still very much alive, but now a runner in scoring position, and the number 9 hitter to the plate for the Knights. It's Wallace. Or excuse me, the number 9 hitter to the plate for the Cougars. And now we've got a walk to the mound. Guys in the dugout aren't coming out to speak with Cucurella and congratulate him, so I don't think Coach is going to take the ball from him. Still his game, but he's letting him know where the leash is and that there is some warm-up action in the bullpen area. 1 out. 2 runners on. Cougars down but not out. But certainly running out of options. I'd say their backs are firmly up against the wall, but they've been in that spot really all game long in game number 2. At least ever since they surrendered that 3-run lead that they had early. Remember, through the first 2 innings, or first 1.5 innings, I should say, they were up 3-0. And then they surrendered 4 runs to the Knights in the bottom of the second, and it's been the Knights' game ever since then. And whatever Coach said to Cucurella, it worked. That's the prettiest pitch we've seen out of his hand yet. Absolutely falling off the table, unhittable pitch. And tinks one off the bat and then off of himself. It's an 0-2 hole now for Wallace. 2 walks surrendered by Cucurella with a strikeout sandwiched in between them. Looking for another strikeout here. 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Cucurella has 2 Ks in the inning. And the Cougars are down to their final out. Here comes the leadoff man, Clark, to the plate. Cucurella won't get credit for the save here, as this is not a save situation for the Knights, but he's certainly pitching through the pressure. Pressure mounting just a little bit after surrendering those 2 walks, with the strikeouts in between the walks, cooling the noise. And now he's 1 pitch away from 3 strikeouts in the inning. The Knights 1 pitch away from getting the sweep of the Frederick Cougars. Cucurella with the pitch. Swing into play. Garcia on the hop. Out number 3. The Knights get the win. 12-7 the final score in Game 2. And it's a clean sweep of the Frederick Cougars. 10-0 in Game 1. 12-7 in Game 2. And then sprinkle in that men's lacrosse upset in the morning special. What a day here for athletics here at CCBC Essex. Aaron Thomas in the broadcast booth with you through all the action, saying thank you for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon. Please join us again here at the Castle on Thursday for more baseball action. And until then, Aaron Thomas saying good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Thanks for joining us.